Yeah, each of these teams are anchored by their big men. I think it's going to be physical and highly intensified.
So let's take a look at the Boston Celtics starting lineup. And in the front court, Brown and Tatum. Derek White is out there with Holiday, and it's Porzingis. In at center.
And Porzingis will make you pay if you collapse off of him. That's just inviting trouble.
And now we've got the intentional foul.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Holmgren sets the screen for Gilgeous-Alexander. It's hauled in by Porzingis.
Now, I understand that that shot didn't go down, but they will take that look every trip down the floor.
The kick out to Brown. And finished off by Brown.
There's that leaping ability. Brown, he just gets up so easy.
And it's Oklahoma City's ball. It's a 5-point game. Tatum against Gilgeous-Alexander. Holmgren with a screen on Tatum. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Holmgren. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. 4 on the shot clock. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time. Boston ball. Here's White. Tatum setting the pick for White. Outside Tatum. Fires it up. Rebound by Williams. And so it's Williams who brings it up for the Thunder.
And you watch Jason Tatum, year to year, he is a model of consistency across the board. The numbers are pretty similar, and the effort never wanes.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Wants to get it to Holmgren, and does. And it's going to be a 24-second shot clock violation. They turn it over. Celtics ball. For Boston, they've gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. White against Dort. Here's the teardrop. Count that one.
He just makes it look so easy on offense. Like, who takes pleasure in torturing defenses? He does.
Now, here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Looking to end the run. And the dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Oh, how about the slam there from Gilgeous-Alexander? He loves getting that type of positioning down low.
Here's White. The kick out to Brown. And Brown throws it down.
Oh, taking it to the rack with power.
Hammering down the two-hand slam. Williams, a screen on Tatum. It's Gilgeous-Alexander with the drive.
And a 3-level score. That time, SGA takes it all the way.
Boston leading by 5. And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. You got for us, DA?
Kevin, coming out of high school at 6'0", Derek White didn't receive any full scholarship offers. He says it was humbling, but it drove me to get better. Each time you have the doubters, you just put a little chip on your shoulder. The 29th pick overall in 2017 has come a long way. Kevin, those chips are still there.
You're so right, David. Thanks. He's become a heck of a player. Now, here's Brown. After the miss from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
When you find yourself up double digits in the first quarter, you know you're doing something right.
They were ready to roll right through the tip. There was no warm-up period. There was only, let's do this.
Now, here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And the dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
The classic combo guard. Gilgeous-Alexander is effective in the two-man game, especially on that first option, taking it himself.
Here's Brown. He has 6. Here's White. The three-pointer off the mark. Thunder trailing by 8. Gilgeous-Alexander with it. Out guarded by Porzingis. And Gilgeous-Alexander throws it down.
And moving with such speed, the quickness of SGA's drives, something to admire.
White drives in. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
You know, I love how he absorbs the foul and still had a chance to knock that one down.
The Celtics shooting their first free throws of this.
And last season, when they got themselves to the line, they usually came through as a team up around 81%.
And RJ, the combination of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown winning a title together. That's something else.
There was some small talk going around about breaking them up. Good thing for the Celtic front office, they kept them both. In their first 7 seasons as a duo, they have 5 trips to the conference finals. That is a ridiculous run.
Nearly automatic. Gilgeous-Alexander, no slouch from the line.
Brown with a screen on George. And the officials will call the illegal screen right there.
Beyond the leaning, you could see his feet more set on that screen. Easy call.
Look, guys get away with this all the time, but on this occasion, he got caught.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. 9 points in the game so far. Into the lane, and it's out of bounds. The Celtics will take it the other way. Seven seconds left in the first quarter of the game. 2 on the clock, and the layup good by Tatum.
And really, it's been a major aspect of their offense in the early stages here. Their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range.
And Mark Daigneault calls timeout here. He's made the decision. He wants to huddle up with his guys. And here's Gilgeous-Alexander outside. And so it's the Boston Celtics in the driver's seat, up 8 points at the end of the quarter. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter of action so far. And a look at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for Boston.
Oh, boy, they've been driving deep into that defense early on, and it's paid off. Great penetration from the perimeter so far.
And they're making their own luck with how hard they're playing, forcing turnovers and turning that into offense.
And Mark Daigneault calls timeout here. He wants to talk to his guys. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander on the court for the Celtics. Second quarter underway. The post pair, Tatum and Porzingis. Holiday out there with Derek White. And it's Brown in at the small forward position. That doesn't go either for Gilgeous-Alexander. And so White will bring it up for the Celtics. And there's the call on Lou Dort. That'll be his second foul of the game.
First team foul.
Dort against White. A beautiful reverse layup. White's got the lead up to 10 now for the Celtics. Greg, you know this. Good coaches give their players confidence. But what's the balance there between affirmation and accountability?
Well, when you believe in a player, that also comes with expectations. So a coach has to boost them up and also demand that they deliver. And that's definitely a shot that he has in his arsenal.
White against Dort. White goes in, lays it up off the glass. White's got 7 points.
Big miscommunication on defense. He recognizes it and quickly takes advantage.
Yeah, they're going to do a much better job of putting a little bit of pressure on him on his way to the hoop.
And this is SGA's role. He's out here to score and score often.
The tray. And again, it's Derek White. White's got the lead, back up to 10 now for the Celtics.
The real. Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Gilgeous-Alexander surveying the D. Holmgren at the elbow. Here's the floater. Boston grabs the miss. Richard, when you talk about Jaylen Brown, many scouts felt he'd never be a #1 level option offensively. But he's proven some people wrong.
Kevin, many scouts have been wrong many times. The question has been answered. He wasn't a great shooter when he first came into the league, and his ball handling also needed to improve. But now, both of those are strengths in his game.
Gilgeous-Alexander. Not enough on that one as it misses. Celtics leading by 12. Brown sets a screen for White. The kick out to Tatum. Emphatic finish by Tatum.
Tatum just has too much bounce right there. Better be careful, you're trying to stop that.
To stop the run, and the dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Taking matters into his own hands.
Yeah, we didn't expect to see that kind of finish.
A point guard getting up like that, boy, that is special.
It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Hey, Kevin, the Thunder are young, but they figured out how to win. Defensive ace Lou Dort talked about their chemistry. He said nobody cries about shot selection or anything like that. We know what each player can do. We just really want to see the team win and succeed. Kevin, you see that in their play.
Don't you, David? Every single game, pulling in the right direction.
And for a power forward, he can sure get up. I mean, because of that leaping ability, it kind of offsets his height disadvantage.
Brown against Gilgeous-Alexander. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot two here. That's on Jaylen Brown.
And Gilgeous-Alexander understands how to draw contact, especially when he's looking to score.
Gilgeous-Alexander hits them both. And here in the second quarter of action as we approach 4 minutes played. Brown with the screen on Dort. Brown outside. Driving in, and then jammed down right as he goes over Jalen Williams.
Showing off his pure athleticism, Brown with a memorable finish.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Tatum. Shot on the wing. The shot's good from Gilgeous-Alexander. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 11 points in the quarter. Dort against White. Drives to the hoop. Holiday dishes to Brown. Back to Holiday. Celtics passing it around. 6 on the shot clock. White drives in, and White with the stuff.
And one step ahead of the defense with that solid screen.
And then, Greg, the monster dunk to finish it off.
Oh, great chemistry on display. He understood where to put the screen in order to free up his teammate.
Oh, strong take by SGA. 6'6" with point guard skills. What a nightmare matchup he is.
For Oklahoma City, they have gone 3 of 4 at the free throw line tonight. And here's White. He'll bring it up for the Celtics. Porzingis sets the pick for White. Pass to Brown. And Brown throws it down.
Muscling that one in. JB is a strong individual.
Thunder trailing by 13. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Down low, here's Holmgren. Yep, that one goes in there.
I mean, the number of points they've scored in the paint already here is eye-opening.
The 3 from Tatum. And he was able to put it up in time, but doesn't fall. Derek White has been on display for Boston. Setting up teammates and getting buckets. He is looking as determined as ever. We'll take a quick break and then back to the action here.
Get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drum roll. They're thinking about the shot.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it has been a runaway. You know, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been exceptional here tonight, guys.
In that first half, he was a hot knife, and the defense was butter, sliced right through them.
And when you rip through the D like he did in that first half, you gotta stay aggressive. Keep getting to the rim.
And we've got a timeout from Joe Mazzulla. He's going to have a discussion here on the sideline. In the backcourt, we'll see Gilgeous-Alexander and Caruso. Dort and Williams up in the forward positions. And it's Holmgren in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. And that's who Mark Daignault starts the second half. White finds Brown. And then Brown with the dunk.
And he can do a lot more damage to the rim than that when he wants to.
Oh, you're right. And with the lead they're enjoying, I'm surprised he didn't put a little something extra on that one. Williams with the ball, out-guarded by Porzingis. That's in, and the Celtic lead is cut to just 9 points on the basket from Williams.
I tell you what, he came out of that locker room raring to go.
It falls for his 7th bucket of the contest. He's 7 for 9.
It's a great move, and he catches the defense completely off guard.
Yeah, taking it right to the rim. One imagines that might be discussed at halftime. That's going to be on the film.
That should give him a nice little jolt.
Yeah, it has to. They need a jolt, GA.
And they need more where that came from. They're not out of this hole yet.
Here's White, and White slams it in.
The D just kind of stepping aside and letting him get to the rim.
There's a reason, GA. The lead is what it is right now.
Yeah, it's going to take better rim protection than that if they're going to climb out of this hole.
Puts it up from 15. They get it again. Holmgren. And the dunk by Holmgren.
I mean, length and skill. And Holmgren has a lot of both.
White goes in. The wide open look here for Porzingis. And a miss there on the triple. Thunder trailing by 9. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. And we're just about 2 minutes into the second half now. Nifty move. And the dunk by Holmgren.
And attacking the rim. Holmgren making excellent use of that height inside.
Tatum with a screen on Dort. And White kicks to Tatum. Back to White. It drops. That's his 9th field goal of the contest. A blistering hot 9 for 11.
And that's his strong suit, the ability to find his way through the D and finish at the rim.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Tatum. To the middle. Here's Holmgren.
And wait to finish and cut into that lead a little bit.
Yeah, but look at the basket guy still shaking. Dort against White. Pass to Porzingis. Here's the 3. Hits the three-point bomb. Porzingis has got 9.
And what a luxury to run pick and rolls with Porzingis. He can roll to the basket or pop out for that jump shot.
Holmgren sets the screen for Gilgeous-Alexander. Shot from the top of the key. And Holmgren the bucket on the assist by Gilgeous-Alexander. That's 10 points for Chet Holmgren. Porzingis with a screen on Dort. And White kicks to Porzingis. Offline with his 3. Under trailing by 8. Holmgren the screen. Williams looking over the floor. Holmgren sets the screen for Williams. Shot clock at 6. And it's Williams with the jam.
Man, he sure can get off the floor.
One of the best in the business, absolutely. And so Joe Mazzulla calls for the timeout. He wants to check in with his team and regroup. And the Thunder with some changes. Hartenstein comes in for Holmgren. And it's Cason Wallace in for Gilgeous-Alexander. Then for the Celtics, Al Horford's checked in for Porzingis. Torrey Craig comes in for Tatum. And it's Pritchard in for White. And it's Williams with the ball for the Thunder. They trail by 6. Hartenstein with the screen on Brown. Here's Williams. Here's Hartenstein. It's hauled in by Brown. Clock management. This is where they can get a 2 for 1.
And Kevin, every opportunity counts.
Pritchard buries the long-range jumper.
And I want to see more of that from him. I mean, he's been passing up on his shot more than usual, even though he's hitting the ones that he takes.
To the paint. And the dunk by Hartenstein.
Strong move to the 10, trying to get his guys going.
Hard not to get motivated, GA, right when your teammate makes that kind of play.
And that could be the spark they needed to make a little run as they try to even this thing up.
Here's Williams, and finished off by Williams.
And he had more than enough room there for one of those trademark slams that he's become noted for.
And Greg, don't you think once he got that space, you just knew it was going to happen?
So did the defense.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, everybody in the building was waiting for it.
And offensively, a great show for the fans. We've reached the fourth quarter, and what has been a very competitive game should be an exciting finish. And Mark Daignault calls timeout here. He's not taking any chances. He wants to huddle him up right away. And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Thanks, guys. I was able to hear Mark Daignault talking to his team during the break. Now, he asked the defense to lock it down inside. He said, let's get physical. I don't want them to think we're soft in there. No more easy shots in the...
And it looks like, yep, it's a coach's challenge on the personal foul. That triggers a replay review by the officials.
The play is under video review under NBA rules.
The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Here's Porzingis. The shot's good. Brown making the play. And that's 11 points for Porzingis.
And nice use of size by Porzingis inside, able to practically play on top of the D.
Hartenstein finds Williams. Hartenstein with the screen on Brown. And the dunk by Hartenstein.
Just a textbook lead pass right there, putting it right where it needed to be.
Porzingis with a screen on George. White looking around. There's the drive. And White with the stuff.
And just tacks a few more points onto their lead with the tomahawk.
That's bringing it down hard. Thunder trailing by 9. And Mark Daignault calls timeout here. And he wants to see some changes out there right away and right now. Holmgren, he's checked in for the Thunder. Gilgeous-Alexander comes in for Cason Wallace. Gilgeous-Alexander against Tatum. Shoots from the elbow. And Boston with the rebound. They've led by as many as 14 points. Outside, White. It's rebounded by Oklahoma City. Holmgren's got his 6th rebound on the night. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Drills the baseline jumper. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 29.
On a dime, Shea got right where he wanted for that shot.
And Holiday has it in the corner. Sinks the triple.
And perimeter scoring, I have to imagine it was a topic of discussion at halftime.
And you see this so much more nowadays in the NBA. Teams putting a larger emphasis on jacking up threes.
And Mark Daignault calls timeout here. It's a chance for them to regroup and refocus. Thunder trailing by 10. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Holmgren sets the screen for Gilgeous-Alexander. Over Tatum, and it's in after a nice bounce off the right side. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 31. And here's White. He'll bring it up for the Boston Celtics. Brown deciding where to go with it. White, a screen on Williams. Brown jams it in.
Wow, we are going to remember that one for a while.
I know I will, Greg. That was special. That was really special. to Holmgren. From the arc. It's hauled in by Porzingis. Porzingis has got 7 rebounds in the game. Caruso against Brown, and finished off by Brown.
And so far, Brown has been dialed in and is showing no signs of letting up.
On the wing, Gilgeous-Alexander. Guarded by Porzingis. Holmgren with a screen on Porzingis. Gilgeous-Alexander finds Holmgren. Second chance shot. Outside for Gilgeous-Alexander. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 11 in the second half. Boston leading by 9. Here's White, and he uses the glass on the layup.
Well, he's been doing it all night. Why not go back to him?
Yeah, just keep feeding him. That guy is a man on a mission. And the defense, well, they don't have much of an answer.
Holmgren sets the screen for Gilgeous-Alexander. And the dunk by Holmgren.
I mean, sneaky. When he moves around the floor, Holmgren takes you out of the play, slips past, and just rolls to the hoop.
Brown outside. And then jammed down right as he goes over Jalen Williams.
And we'll just watch the clock wind down, guys, in what will turn out to be a win here for the Celtics.
The sheer volume of three-pointers was the deciding factor tonight, it seemed.
Yeah, they sink one and then do it again, and that strategy did work.
And you know, when you look at the huge impact he had, just a monster game from Derek White.
Okay, I'm going to explain what he did here. It's called playmaking. Being someone that seeks out their teammates, making the extra pass.
Saw the opportunity to put this away and did not turn it down.
And that score probably slams the door for any would-be comebacks. And look, they put this one to bed. Outstanding work to send him away. They sniffed that one out.
Pass to Tatum. And it's blocked by Gilgeous-Alexander.
And great read there by SGA. Knew the shot was coming and just trusted his instincts.
We've got 13 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. No good from the wing.
Well, they'll be happy with that look, even though it didn't fall.
Tough to watch those miss. I'm sure they'll convert the next chance.
Teams who aren't afraid to slow the pace of the game.
Well, B.A., it's because they're both adept at operating their half-court sets. They don't feel the need to push the tempo all the time.
So here's Portland's starting group. We've got Matisse Thybulle, Denny Avdia out there with Anthony Simons. Then it's DeAndre Ayton, and it's Kamare in at the power forward position. Simons' shot is good.
And now the game is really starting to flow. We should be in for a good one.
Yeah, and it's important to get that first score quickly and establish your game.
Now here's Giddey. Here's White. This shot's good on the assist by Giddey.
Well, as a guard like White, you need to score inside. Force teams to respect you everywhere.
Simons, left side. Ayton, a screen on ball. Outside Thybulle. Avdia passes to Thybulle. 4 on the clock. Trailblazers got to hurry. Got to get up a shot. Avdia, good.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
Well, when you are the aggressor this early, it is intimidating.
He had more than enough room to hit that. Just couldn't make it happen.
Stan, it's hard to believe, but the Bulls have not won a playoff series since 2015.
Well, look, Brian, it's hard to win in this league. And when you're rebuilding, trying to find the mix that'll get you over the top is a difficult chore.
Long way from those Michael Jordan glory days. And Giddey has got the ball here for Chicago. Pass to Smith. Back to Giddey. Thybulle with a steal. Now the Blazers on the move. Ayton against Smith. And there's the call on Lonzo Ball. That's his first foul.
First personal foul. Second team foul.
Simons against Ball. The drive by Simons. Here's Kamare. Just 5 to shoot. Pass to Ayton. From the high post. Smith with the rebound. Three-pointer, Buzelis. Can't get his first shot of the game to fall. For Portland, they've gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. Here's Simons. And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
What? Wait. Hey, dunks are always for the big boys.
Emphatic move by the point guard.
Well, in this league, you can see powerful plays from anyone and anywhere. Your position no longer dictates your scoring options.
So it's Portland now. Chicago. Oh, he packs it down.
That is incredible.
Now, I know he makes it look easy, but it takes incredible physical tools to pull that off.
Athleticism and explosion. Here's Buzelis. Here's White. Pass to Buzelis. It's stolen by Thybulle.
2 minutes remaining in the
Avdia, right side.
2 minutes.
We've got 1:55 left to play in the first. Ayton. Out to Simons. Jacks up a 3. Smith with the rebound. Bulls trail by 4. We'll go now to Allie LaForce, who spoke with Billy Donovan. Allie.
How they'll go about defending DeAndre Ayton came up, and Coach told me once Ayton gets deep, it's too late. We need to find him early and not let him set up down low. Push him out to the line. That's a lot to be pushing around with Ayton being as big as they come, guys.
As always, Allie, we thank you. Here's Buzelis. Smith finds White. Smith with a screen on Avdia. Giddey with it. Thybulle picks him up. And it's Giddey missing. The Trailblazers have gone 4 of 9 in this one so far. Simons with it. He has 6. Pass to Ayton. Oh, they get a hand on it. High arcing shot. And it's good on the layup.
Grown man strength right there. Ayton just pushing through contact and getting it done.
Now Giddey. Here's Buzelis. Fires in the triple. Buzelis has got 7 points in the game.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
Pass to Kamari. Back to Simons. To the middle. Off the outside. 6 to shoot. The drive by Simons.
Oh, my goodness!
What a dunk!
Come on now, guys. That's flat out insane.
Hey, when's the last time you saw a jam like that? White, good.
Attacking in the painted area. Clearly that was their game plan coming in.
And timeout is called by Billy Donovan. He wants to make sure everybody's on the same page.
It may be a players' league, but the coaches obviously play a big part as well.
And this is when a coach earns his paycheck. Analyze the situation and give your players the information they need to succeed.
And timeout is called by Billy Donovan. He wants to give him a breather and talk things over.
Blazer substitution, number 9, Jeremy.
Murder from long range. Oh, it would have counted had it fallen, but it is offline. Well, a good close And some good action in the books as we get back to a game that's been pretty close so far here. And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Trailblazers.
Well, a lot of times you'll hear coaches yell, get the ball inside, and you can see why. Good things happen when you get the ball into the paint.
And another thing they've done is look to shoot from the mid-range often. So far, it's really paying off for them.
Ellis out there with Jalen Smith. Then it's Kobe White, then it's Ball, and it's Giddey in at the 3. So that's the 5 in the game for Chicago. And there's the call on Lonzo Ball. That'll be a second foul of the game. Here's Simons. Ayton, a screen on Ball. Simons passes to Ayton, buries it. He's 2 for 4 in this game.
Yeah, when you let Ayton get the ball close, it's over. DeAndre is just too skilled. You know, I have to admire a guy like Anthony Simons. Early in his career, he was seen as undersized, but with his skill and pure athleticism, he balances the scales against bigger players, and he's become a ferocious scorer.
Portland leading. Now here's Simons. Give him 8 points now. And there's the drive. And it goes as the official calls the foul. And they're not happy with the call here. Coach has given the signal. He's going to use his challenge. Probably a good idea in such a close contest.
Shooting for Portland. After the review, Anthony Simon is overturned. One shot.
Every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
The Blazers have a lot to learn. Coach Chauncey Billups said, I owe it to these players to coach them. The only way I know to do that is with honesty. It's always coming from a good place. Once you know that, then you take it with love. I lead with love. I don't lead with fear. Brian?
That's a Hall of Fame mentality, Allie. He's been in their shoes.
And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
And guys, you cannot allow that in a close game. You have to make it harder than that.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Picked by Smith. There's Ball with a 3. Knocks down the triple.
A lot has been made about Lonzo's shooting motion. The bottom line, who cares what it looks like when the shots are going in?
Pass to Kamari. Fires for 3. Smith with the rebound. Smith's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Three-pointer, Ellis. Another 3 for Chicago.
Love to see that kind of activity. He just makes things happen. Back
to Simons. Grant, as you always say, in the playoffs, you need a player who can score in isolation.
That's true, BA. And in a 7-game series, defenses disrupt your set offense. If your stars can go mano a mano and create something out of nothing, that's often the best you can get.
Now here's White. 6 points for him. Smith passes to Ball. Outside White. Avdia against Giddy. Back to White. Shot clock at 5. The Bulls need to get off a shot. Three-pointer, Buzelis. It's hauled in by the Trailblazers. Ayton's got his 4th rebound in this one. It's Avdia on the wing. Shoots over White. Avdia can't get it to go.
Those are precisely the looks this team is trying to create.
Yeah, quality offense will serve you well in the long run. You can't settle for bad shots.
Now here's Ball. Smith with a screen on Thibault. White on the wing, defended by Avdia. Got a hand on it. Giddy against Thibault. Pass to Simons. Ayton, a screen on Giddy. Ayton with it. Here's Avdia. And he drops it in from the low post. Avdia's gotten his 2nd bucket of the game.
Well, that's easy pickings for him. Unless the defense is all over him, he'll take that all day long.
For Portland, they've gotten 5 of 7 shots to go in the 2nd. Oh, and the jam by Ayton!
Yeah, sticking it to them inside. Good luck throwing Ayton off when he attacks like this.
Pass to Smith. Here's White. Banked it in off the glass. White's gotten 4 this quarter.
Credit their discipline. They've been working for high percentage shots.
The drive by Simons. And that one is stuffed right through.
His hang time on the rim puts a sweet cherry on top, BA.
It's a close game, and those displays of explosiveness can jumpstart a team. Giddy. That one goes. Now he's 1 for 2.
Terrific design and execution, leading to an opportunity right at the rim.
They set a pick. Simons outside. Fires the 3. Hits the 3-pointer. Simons got 18 points in the game.
Rock solid screen right there. The defender got completely lost.
Yeah, you've got to lock and trail hard. You can't allow him to clean look for it.
Anthony Simons has been leading the charge for Portland. He put together 10 points in the quarter. Back to the game after this break. Second half of basketball is upon us, and we may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game we've seen so far. You look at Anthony Simons, he's been playing really well.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
Yeah, and in terms of slowing him down, I think they're going to have to change things up. Give him some different looks.
On the court right now for Portland. Walker out there with Jeremy Grant. Then it's Shaden Sharp, then there's Scoot Henderson, and it's Avdia in at the shooting guard position.
Probably a play they drew up in the locker room at half.
Yeah, I like how they're establishing their interior presence right away. That's going to collapse the defense and create other opportunities.
Well, Stanley was a 5-time All-Star. Chauncey Billups, just 1 year as an assistant before becoming a head coach.
Yeah, but Brian, Chauncey Billups was a guy that even when he was a player and then as a broadcaster, always thought like a head coach.
Grant with a screen on Herter. Pass to Graham. Outside Walker. 5 to shoot. And it's Giddy with a rebound. Bulls trail by 3. Down low. Williams finds Giddy. Here's Buzelis. The shot's good on the assist by Giddy. Giddy's got 3 assists now in this one.
Very encouraging to see Buzelis just going off offensively. This rookie is certainly feeling himself right now, and I love it. Defensively, gotta close out a little faster. That's a look he'll make with regularity.
Williams' shot is good.
Keeping pace here. That's an excellent move inside.
And it's Henderson with the ball for the Portland Trailblazers. The lead is 2. Boom! He jams it straight down.
Yeah, and Henderson has got some hops for sure. You cannot let him get to the rim.
Pure from three-point range.
And you look at how they've come out in the second half. It's almost like night and day.
Yeah, you can see it in the hustle stats. These guys have come out with a different mindset and seem much more motivated here in the second half.
Sharp passes to Henderson. Outside Walker. Launches a 3. Buzelis grabs the board. The Bulls have gone 4 of 4 in this third quarter. Perfect so far. Back to Giddey. For the lead. Yes! And the foul! It goes on Shaden Sharp. And here comes the coach's challenge. He disagrees. It's a pretty heated game. Every call matters.
People were worried that this would slow the action down. But with so many close calls in every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the ref take another look. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Smith, he's checked in for Chicago.
What's up?
Stan, you're the son of a coach. Your dad was a great coach at the collegiate level. What was the best advice you ever received from him?
Well, Brian, the one that has always stuck with me is he told me in my first season, if you think you've got all the answers, it's only because you don't know all the questions. And I think that's true in everything, not just basketball.
Smith with a screen on Avdia. Giddey into the lane. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair. It's going to be on Jabari Walker.
I like that. I mean, some physical play inside. He's not about to give up any easy baskets.
Well, the last time the Bulls won a playoff series was back in 2015, Grant.
That was back when Butler and Rose were their leading scorers. And it just shows you just how long it's been. But they've been stuck in mediocrity ever since. And right now, they are desperate for a breakthrough season. And you have to love it. The floor general taking things into his own hands.
Just the aggression they're looking for, man.
Well, it's always a big plus when you have a point guard that can attack the rim like that. Puts so much pressure on the defense.
The kick out to Williams. Back to Ball. Williams, a screen on Walker. Ball passes to Williams. The 3 is up. Nails it from beyond the arc. And now it's a 7-point Chicago lead.
That's why you keep your head up. If the assist is there, you can pounce.
Back to Sharp. Shot to stop the run. It's hauled in by Herter. Chicago has gotten 5 of 11 threes to drop so far in this game. Count that one. Giddey's got 11 in the second half.
And they're playing rock-solid basketball right now. Really starting to see that lead grow.
Well, that third quarter is when you want to increase your lead. Really building it up before that final quarter.
A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
We hear players proclaiming their love for the game, but former sharpshooter J.J. Redick said there's a distinction between loving the competition itself and loving the game, and everything that goes into that. Guys say, I just want to play. Well, do you want to do all of the necessary things that lead up to that? Hey, Brian, 15 NBA seasons for Redick. He'd know.
He certainly would. Thanks, Allie.
Such a graceful move, showing off the floater game.
Outside Walker. Pass to Sharp. Grant with a screen on Herter. Sharp passes to Grant. Back to Sharp. Grant outside. Oh, Grant throws it down.
And this is why you can't let Grant get deep inside, or else he'll dunk all over you.
Giddey passes to Smith. Giddey against Walker. And it's Giddey missing.
Oh, this is exactly the kind of opportunity you don't want to waste.
And Josh Giddey is going to pick up the foul. That's his third foul of the game. And we'll have a timeout called by Billy Donovan. He'll take the opportunity to regroup. Simons against Ball. And here's Simons. Here's Ayton. And that's it for the third quarter. Both teams scoring well as we head to the fourth. Bulls out. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
Well, it's one of the core parts of the game. Reading the defense and creating an easy bucket for your teammate. That is pretty.
The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. We've got Ball, Kevin Herter out there with Patrick Williams. Then it's Buzelis, and it's White in at the 1. So that's the 5 in the game for Chicago. Ball against Simons. 6 on the shot clock. Got a piece of it, and that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Ball. Portland making a switch here. Avdia's checked in.
Number 8, Denny Avdia.
Shot clock at 3. Here's Simons. Can't get the bucket from 20 feet out.
He expects to make every one of those, and we expect him to make them too.
Sinks it from distance.
Yeah, that's a great find by White. He's such a clever and deceptive combo guard.
Avdia from outside. He buries it from 3.
Exchanging buckets from downtown. That's been a staple of tonight's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
White with a screen on Avdia. Inside. And there's White. That's good on the assist by Herter. And the Bulls lead by 9.
His nimbleness makes him a unique threat at the rim.
Pass to Kamari. Now Avdia. To the inside. White with the steal. And here's the fast break. He goes up. And Ball throws it down.
Well, credit the speed of Kobe White. Able to anticipate the play, grab the steal, and get the break going.
Avdia passes to Thibault. Back to Avdia. Deflects the pass. White with the steal. Last quarter of play, about 2 minutes in now. Pass to Williams. White against Avdia. Here's Buzelis. Shoots over Ayton, and he tries it off the glass, but it's no good. Up top, Avdia. Ayton passes to Simons. Ayton with a screen. On the wing, Simons. Pounded by Ball. And out of bounds. It'll be Chicago ball. Fourth quarter of play. We're about 2.5 minutes through it now. Bulls leading by 11. Outside White. And there's the foul. It'll go on Matisse Thybulle. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
Herter finds Williams. Back to Herter. Pass to Buzelis. Down to 5 on the shot clock. The three-pointer off the mark. Blazers trail by 11. Simons outside. Ball with a steal. And we'll have a timeout called by Billy Donovan. He wants their game plan to be crystal clear at this point. Chicago making some change. Smith comes in for Williams, and Giddey subbed in for Herter. Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Hey guys, Billy Donovan was just reviewing the plan with his team. He kept it real with his team, telling them, I know you feel good about this lead, but let's not get lazy. Let's not act like this is a sure thing all of a sudden. Looking to keep their focus on the task at hand. Brian?
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie. And the Trailblazers shooting it at 61%, a terrific average. Ayton, a screen on Giddey to stop the drought. Out to Simons. To the paint. Here's Kamari. Oh, and a beautiful feed leads to a monster jam.
Well, sharp interior passing is so important. The best way to create high percentage buckets.
Smith with a screen on Thibault. White the pass to Ball. Avdia against Giddey. Picked by Smith. Over Avdia. Smith no good. And it's Simons with the ball for the Trailblazers. They've allowed just 7 points here in the fourth. Got it.
Unselfish basketball. That's what coaches love to see.
The Bulls have gotten 3 of 7 attempts in this fourth quarter to fall. Giddey against Avdia. Giddey passes to White. Back to Giddey. Smith with a screen on Avdia. From deep, Giddey. Rebound by the Trailblazers.
You know, I think it's desperation time for them.
It's not going to be easy now. They're going to need just about everything to go right from this point.
Wow! That'll be a move to remember. Wow.
Yeah, great creativity in the air. 3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Thibault against White. Smith outside. From outside the arc. Buries it from 3. And the Bulls lead by 8.
It's those kind of passes that bring up the entire team's confidence.
Drills it from deep. Here's White. There's Ball with a 3. Another 3 for Chicago. This one belongs to Chicago. Even early on in this game, they appeared happy to be playing at home.
Tonight, two of the NBA's best teams with some of the best players.
And it's bound to be a fun one, right? There is elite talent on the floor. In this kind of a powerhouse matchup, both teams are looking to make a statement.
And checking out Minnesota's opening lineup. They've got McDaniels, Randall out there with Rudy Gobert. Then there's Dante DiVincenzo, and it's Edwards in at the point. Now here's Edwards. Cranes the three-pointer.
The competitive fire of Anthony Edwards, admirable, going right back at him.
Here's Tatum, and slam dunk by Tatum.
And not the prototype power forward, but he has tremendous athletic ability.
And Randall throws it down.
And how about that? What a sensational finish.
Hey, you got to be able to get some hang time to do that one.
Yeah, to glide in and reverse it home like that, so sweet.
Now here's Brown. No good with the layup.
You know, sometimes making it difficult for him to finish at the rim is all you can ask for from the defense.
There's always a surprise, isn't there, Clark, in the offseason? Let's go back to 2022. That offseason, the Timberwolves going all in on Rudy Gobert.
Basically, Kevin, they traded 5 firsts plus a bunch of good players for Gobert. It was derided at the time, and I can understand why, but Rudy's defense has taken them to another level, and he's actually been a little better offensively than people thought he would be. I think you've got to run Porzingis off of his shots. I mean, you can't let him get comfortable because he'll knock him down.
Edwards drives in. Holiday with the defensive effort.
Those are chances almost always you can rely on him to get you 2 points, but the D, just enough to keep him out of rhythm.
Oh, good on the triple. For Minnesota, they've gone 3 of 4 from the field to start out the game. Edwards dishes to McDaniels. There's the triple. Offensive rebound. Edwards passes to Gobert. McDaniels sets a screen for Randall. Clock at 6. It's another look. And it's finished off by McDaniels as he lays it in.
Making the save, McDaniels secures the rock and gets the second chance look.
Tatum kicks to White. Holiday sets the pick for White. Back to Tatum. And the dunk by Tatum.
And that is such a beautiful move, Kevin. Why go straight up when you can throw down the reverse?
Well, that one's going to have its share of time on the highlight reel for sure.
And it very well should. I mean, I'd be shocked if we see anything better than that tonight.
Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. Well, there's plenty of scorers on the Celtics, but Jason Tatum says, I'm going to get my shots. It's just about trusting the process. From experience, I understand that I'm good enough that I can relax and defer a little bit. Then in the fourth, I can score 20 in the quarter. Kevin? Sounds like he's figured it all out.
Thank you so much. You know, he can take over at any time, and it's fun to watch. DA, we thank you for that. And you see, don't you, Clark, the steady progression year over year for Anthony Edwards.
Well, he's already an all-star since his 3rd season. With Edwards, the chance is there. If he continues to show the same improvement he's shown thus far, then he's going to be MVP caliber, and I dare say, perhaps the face of the league for several years to come.
Edwards.
Oh, yes, sir. Come on, bring it. Watch out now. Look out below. Edwards rising to the rafters.
White, wide open. He fires. A miss that time. Would have put him up.
He missed that one, but I've seen him drill shots from that distance in warm-ups.
Well, that looked to me, guys, like a heat check. And was maybe a step out of his range.
Now, here's McDaniels. And finished off by Edwards.
Boy, how about the strength of Edwards? Confident in taking on defenders and finishing.
Brown finds Holiday. From deep. It's hauled in by Edwards. Timberwolves leading by 4. It's 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. He takes it in and finished off by Edwards.
Well, I tell you what, once Edwards accelerates, I mean, he looks like he's playing at a different speed than those around him.
A rebound by the Timberwolves.
Yeah, you won't see him miss many dunks unless you've got somebody right in his face, as was the case there on that possession.
Gobert with a screen on White. Here's Edwards. No dice from the high post.
You know, the fact is he's not a lock from there, but he was open enough to where he should have hit that shot.
No shortage of scoring here. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. All right, well, a look at how the points have been generated so far. Scoring breakdown for Minnesota.
These guys have been so quick off the dribble, finding great lanes to attack and getting themselves to the basket.
I would like to highlight, too, guys, the excellent passing they've done early on. I mean, they've done a really good job putting the ball into the hands of guys ready to shoot it.
And in the front court, Brown and Tatum. Oh, Clark!
Oh, my goodness! Are you kidding me? Woo-hoo!
Now, here's Brown. Tatum wide open. He fires one. The shot's good. Brown making the play. Tatum's got 7.
Really smooth release from Tatum on that three. Makes that shot look effortless.
Gobert with a screen on Holiday. Edwards drives in. The offensive rebound. Gobert the pass to Randall. Gobert with a screen for Randall. Goes up again, and it's finished off inside by Gobert. Gobert's got his second bucket of the game to go.
This is what the team relies on Gobert for, clearing the glass and finishing the play.
The kick out to Tatum. Misses the 3. Timberwolves leading by 7. Edwards slashing inside. Gobert with a screen for Randall. No good that time. Nice D from Porzingis. Driving inside. Up top, Tatum. Rebounded by the Timberwolves. Edwards got 4 rebounds in this game. And we've got a whistle. The refs are indicating it's a transition take foul. It's going to be a shot and the ball. Anthony Edwards is a classic 2-guard. Clark, a spectacular player. What has impressed you most about his development?
Well, he's got a great body. He had it when he got into the league after just 1 year of college. Tremendous basketball body, strength and length and bounce. Now he's worked on refining his skill. I think the biggest thing that's impressed me is not only his work ethic, but his poise. He's not a guy that plays frantically. He plays with intentionality and purpose, and that's a tough thing to do when you've got his athletic ability and you're as young as he is.
Now here's Porzingis. After the miss from Derek White. Count that one, and the Minnesota lead has been cut down to just 6 points with the basket from Porzingis. Randall dishes to Edwards. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Fires from the line. A tad short, but it's good off the front iron. Edwards got 6 points in the quarter.
Nice mid-range J from Edwards there. He's obviously not too concerned about what the analytics say about that shot.
And White kicks to Porzingis. Over Gobert. And Porzingis gets it to go on the assist by White. Porzingis has got 9 points.
Really well done there. Just confident and composed, never in a hurry.
Here's Edwards. That's to Gobert. Now here's Randall. And stolen by Tatum. Now the fast break. Tatum with the ball. Here's Brown. Brown jams it in.
Brown with that amazing athleticism, putting on a show out there with jams like that.
Edwards, good.
And his stroke has been dead on from the outside. I mean, inside, outside, it just doesn't matter.
Celtics trail by 6. Right the pass to Porzingis. And the dunk by Porzingis.
Boy, this team takes on a different attitude when Porzingis imposes his will like that. His energy and attitude, infectious.
Now, here's McDaniels. 1:10 left in the first half. Brown kicks to White. From downtown, Gobert pulls it in. And here's Edwards. He'll bring it up for Minnesota. Their biggest lead of the game was 9. And here we go. Holiday heading to the hoop. And the dunk by Porzingis.
Boy, coach has to love seeing Porzingis scoring like this. I mean, he is totally locked in so far tonight.
The Celtics have gone 6 of 10 from the floor here in the second quarter. Tatum passes to Porzingis. Edwards against Tatum. And Tatum hammers it home.
The athletic prowess of Tatum on full display. What a move to the bucket.
1 second separating the shot clock and game clock. Taken away by Holiday. Goes up, and Holiday throws it down.
And that's up-tempo basketball at its best. So much easier to operate in the open court when a steal triggers the break.
Randall kicks to Edwards. Randall with a screen for Edwards. Edwards on target, drills it from way out there.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
Yeah, that's not the defense you need. You got to be tougher defensively.
The Celtics shooting their first shots from the stripe in this game.
Personal foul. First team foul.
And that one falls for White. Good on both.
Making it look effortless. Send this guy to the stripe, he's going to cash in more than not.
And that's it for the first half of action in what's been a very close game here. Boston on top as they wrap up the second quarter with a tremendous 17-7 run. Time now for the halftime break, with the third quarter soon to follow right here on 2K Sports.
And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drum roll, please. They're picking up the shot.
And if you're just joining us, we've played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. You know, Anthony Edwards has been exceptional here, guys.
No problems fighting his way to the rim in this one. A lot of points in close.
Yeah, you know what, guys? They gave him too many free runs to the hoop in the first half. I think they've got to be a lot tougher on him. Body him up. Be physical with him.
And we got a timeout from Joe Mazzulla. Wants to talk some things over. Might be seeing some things to adjust. The Timberwolves trail. And on the floor for Chris Finch as we get into the second half. They've got Dante DiVincenzo. Nas Reed out there with Randall. Then it's Nickeil Alexander-Walker. And it's McDaniels in its small forward. So it's Boston now, following the bucket by the Timberwolves. And White slams it in.
Now that's big-time hops right there. White bouncing off the floor like a pogo stick and just throwing it down.
Alexander-Walker with the ball. White covering. Alexander-Walker passes to Reed. And here's Randall. Back to Reed. Launches it. That's in. Coming off an assist from Randall. Reed's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Tatum kicks to Craig. Here's White. And he drops in the layup off the glass. White's got the game tied up here for the Celtics. Mark, you had a chance to defend a lot of great scores in your time in the NBA.
Yeah, and I did. It wore me out too, Bart. I mean, I think the attitude of those guys stands out there. Relentlessness. The skill level obviously was there, but it was the relentless pursuit of the basketball and scoring opportunity. Bernard King, Larry Bird, Alex English, Marcus Johnson was near the tail end of his prime, but he was a problem too. I mean, there were a number of guys in that. Kelly Tripucka. Woo! Yeah, don't make my head spin.
Here's Alexander-Walker. Hasn't made one yet. Reed with a screen for DiVincenzo. Outside for Randall. Reed with a screen for Randall. Takes it inside, and Randall throws it down.
Going towards the basket, that's when Randall's most dangerous.
White looking around. And there's the call on Nikhil Alexander Walker. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
Craig sets the screen for White. And he converts the layup. White's got 6 here in this quarter.
Outstanding concentration that time by White on the take. Played through the contact and scored.
Picked by Reed. And shot by McDaniels, no good. Boston trail. Outside Tatum. Back to White. Pass to Horford. Out to White. It's up a 3. Good on the three-point shot. White's got 14 points.
Well, he might not be a pure shooter, but he's a very steady one. I like that they're getting White something in rhythm here.
Reed with a screen on White. Alexander Walker tried to come right back with the 3 of his own. It's no good. Here's White. Good, and it's Tatum picking up the assist. White's got the lead up to 4 now for the Celtics. Alexander Walker finds McDaniel. And once again off the mark by Minnesota. Here's Boston now. Good momentum, 8 straight points. White the pass to Hauser. And so it looks like the Celtics will retain possession here. And we've got a timeout from Joe Mazzulla. Looking for a breather and maybe just 1 or 2 things to talk about. And some changes here for the Celtics. Porzingis is checked in for Horford. Brown comes in for Jason Tatum. And it's Holiday in for White. Here's Holiday with the drive. That one drops for him. And the Celtics lead by 6.
Well, he's like an eel slipping into the paint. Drew Holiday glides past the other guys and gets himself right to the bucket.
Alexander Walker with the ball. Guarded by Holiday. Alexander Walker passes to Randall. Another miss by Minnesota.
Boy, you can just see the frustration growing on their faces. Nothing going their way.
You know, guys, no denying it's been a rough patch here. I think they've got to run whatever is best in their playbook to get a good shot.
Now here's Porzingis. Going inside, and the dunk by Porzingis.
Once Porzingis gets some momentum, just get out of the way.
Randall passes to McDaniels. Randall with a screen for McDaniel. Trains it from beyond the arc. McDaniel's got 5 points so far.
And with that 3 ball, he puts a halt to the 12-point run by Boston.
Holiday looking over the floor. And the dunk by Porzingis.
This is why guys love playing with Holiday. I mean, because of how unselfish he is.
And we've got a timeout called from Chris Finch. He wants to make some adjustments to the game plan, clearly. And some changes here for the Timberwolves. Gobert comes in for Julius Randle. And Anthony Edwards sub in for McDaniel. And so Chris Finch calls for the timeout. He's ready to talk things through with the team. Edwards against Holiday. Outside Edwards. Pass to Gobert. Out to Edwards. 5 to shoot. They get it back. Alexander Walker on the wing. Drills it from outside.
Alexander Walker, 3.
7 seconds left in the third quarter of the game. Over in the corner, Porzingis. It's good. The assist that time from Holiday. Holiday's got 3 assists now in this one.
The real come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
A little back and forth and long.
And so it's Boston, bringing the quarter to a close with a 7-point lead. And they've done a phenomenal job down low. So many of their points coming right at the rim. We'll get you back to the action after this break. And a chance right now to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And how about the big fella here showing us he's got some point guard skill here with the tremendous setup.
Hey, that was a high-level pass no matter what position it came from. But it does make it stand out a little more when it's made by the big fella.
And this is it. Glad to have you along for this fourth and final quarter. And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Hey, Kevin, able to listen in on what Joe Mazzulla was going over with his team. He told them, don't look at the scoreboard. We have to play like we're tied. They want their team to sustain that level of effort, and we'll see how it works out. Kevin?
Okay, David, thanks. The post pair, Tatum and Porzingis. Holiday out there with White, and it's Brown in at the 3 spot. That's the Boston 5. Pass to Brown. And Brown throws it down.
The athletic Brown with a big-time slam. You got to defend him better than this.
Gobert with a screen on Holiday. Edwards shooting fearlessly from the arc.
I love the spirit he's shown tonight, particularly on the offensive end.
Boy, I tell you what, the hole would be a lot deeper if he wasn't being as efficient as he's been so far.
Over in the quarter, Porzingis. And the dunk by Porzingis.
And Brown is quite unselfish as a player, always willing to get the ball to the open teammate.
Releases. It's rebounded by Porzingis. Porzingis has got rebound number 5 here tonight. And there's the call on Dante DiVincenzo. That is his first foul of the game. And some changes here for the Timberwolves. Randall's checked in for Reed. And it's McDaniels in for Nickeil Alexander-Walker. And here's White. Out to the right wing. Gobert with the block.
So good at finding these swats. Gobert loves reaching out and sending them away.
Porzingis with the steal. And slam dunk by Tatum.
Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely, Greg. That makes the turnover even more painful.
What? I mean, the throwdown at the end? I'll tell you what, fellas. I mean, the highlight shows are going to pain them even more.
Here's White. That's good again. His 7th basket. 7 for 10 from the floor.
Boy, it has been some kind of game for White. He's been aggressive and fearless and free in attacking all game long.
They can burn some clock if they want to.
And get a little breather as well.
And there's the call on Dante DiVincenzo. That'll be his 2nd foul of the game. Edwards against White. 4th quarter keeps moving right along. 3 minutes gone so far. Pass to Brown. It's hauled in by Edwards. Edwards got his 5th rebound in this one. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. It's good from about 19 feet. Edwards got 5 points now in the quarter.
Boy, great take by Edwards, making the correct decision in the pick and roll there.
White against Edwards. White, good. White's got 21.
And that's just cold-blooded right there. He's taking no prisoners.
Guys, when you're this hot, it's elementary. Let it fly. Keep staying at it.
Gobert with a screen on Holiday. Gobert finds Edwards. A 3-ball. 1:15 left to play in the final quarter. Offensive rebound. And slam dunk by Gobert.
It's too easy for him when he's that close. The defense has to put a body on Gobert inside.
White up top. Edwards defending. Shooting foul. And so the coach's challenge here.
This is the time now where the officials can review in closer detail what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replays, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes Greg, to make the right call. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
An athletic forward who dunks it with style, showing off his dunking ability right there.
Edwards' shot is good. We've got 22 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And so the Celtics now can just hold on to the ball. And White kicks to Brown. Back to White. Brown with a screen on Edwards. White. That shot off.
Some of the league's most exciting talent on the floor.
Oh my, man, I am most definitely up for this one. With the athleticism on both sides, there's gonna be no shortage of highlights.
Here are the starters for Oklahoma City. Shea and Caruso are the backcourt pair. Inside, we got Williams and Holmgren, and it's Dort in at the 3. Now here's Simons. Down low. And down it goes. Jam that one home.
Anthony doing a great job of seeing the floor, and a nice dish from Simons there.
And Gilgeous-Alexander, here we go. Out of bounds. It'll be Trailblazers ball. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
I had a chance to catch up with Chauncey Billups. I asked him specifically about Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and what their defensive game plan is for him, and Coach said we have to be active, we have to keep him in front of us, and to try to limit his chances around the rim. Their offense really opens up when he's able to attack the basket, so let's see if the defense is up for the challenge. BA?
And Allie, thank you for that.
He creates such a great opportunity right at the rim, and he just can't get it to go, even with the defense not really a factor.
Now here's Avdia. He's got 5. Back to Sharp. To the inside. And Avdia with the basket on the assist from Sharp. Avdia's got 7.
Growing his passing game. Sharp knows being able to reliably create for others will really round out his skill set.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Thibault with a steal. Out on his own on the break.
Way to capitalize on the mistake that leads to the bucket. You gotta love it.
That's why you can't afford to just turn it over to him, because he's going to do stuff like that to make you pay just right down the throat.
The defensive effort was lacking a bit, but hey, give him credit for finding a weakness there.
Just really smart basketball and exploiting whatever. He got his timing down. The guard rising up, Simons with some thunder of his own.
For Oklahoma City, they've gone 2 of 3 from the floor. Well, Anthony Simons has credited Damian Lillard for helping him with his development.
Man, BA, can you imagine every day on the opposite end of Damian Lillard as a young player in this league? Anthony Simons willing to listen and willing to learn. And you see how far his game has come when the reins have been handed over to him.
Gilgeous-Alexander. Avdia pulls it in. The Trailblazers have got all 6 shots to fall in the first. Sharp passes to Avdia. Again gets it to go. He can't miss. 5 for 5.
I really don't think there's any way to slow them down. They have the defense scrambling out there.
Well, nothing that they're doing seems to be making an impact. And there are some nights where you just run out of options, whether it's by personnel or by tactic.
Back to Holmgren. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
And you know, as a roller, Holmgren shows great hands, and he makes nice adjustments moving downhill.
Here's Simons. And a strong finish with 2 hands.
Wow! Always fun to see point guards who can elevate above the rim like that.
Oh, a strong mindset and even stronger finish.
Well, just seeking out weaknesses in the defense and then exploiting it.
Simons, right side. And the Blazers getting another bucket right there.
And Simons doing a good job operating and getting to his spot in the mid-range.
Williams against Avdia. Holmgren with a screen on Avdia. And it's Denny Avdia with the foul. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
Just over 3.5 minutes gone here in the first. Double team on Gilgeous-Alexander. And here's Caruso outside. That shot, no good. Trailblazers lead by 9. Blockbuster trades have become more the norm here in the NBA, Grant. Just ask Portland in 2023.
Yeah, the Trailblazers were at the center of some big moves, but that's just how it's done now. Entire teams can be restructured in the process of a single transaction.
And Gilgeous-Alexander's got the ball here for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Screen by Holmgren. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Holmgren. That one's good. And so Gilgeous-Alexander with the assist. Holmgren's got 5.
A superb three-point threat. When Holmgren is knocking down triples, he's hard to contain.
End of quarter management here. They can go 2 for 1.
Make the math work in your favor.
Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Holmgren. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
Aha, so clever with the up fake. Holmgren is good at going into the contact in these type of situations.
Both free throws good from Holmgren. Here's Simons. 6 points for him. 5-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Avdia passes to Thibault. Back to Avdia. There's a screen. Inside. Pass to Sharp. Avdia, screen on Caruso. Here's Sharp. Trailblazers keep it alive. Here's Avdia. Oh, persistence pays off as they finally hit a shot. 13 points in the game. And we've got a timeout called by Mark Daigneault. He's going to talk it over with his guys.
They're giving up a lot of points in the paint. That's something they have to address here.
Yeah, coach knows that. They know that. In the timeout, they're going to hear about it, make the adjustment.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Finds the open look, and it's on target.
Both teams are hot. Woo! This is a fun one to watch.
Yeah, made for TV game here. Pace is great. Scoring is coming in bunches. And both of the teams feeling confident right now.
Denny Avdia making it happen for the Trailblazers. His fingerprints were all over that quarter. 13 points, leading the charge. More NBA on 2K Sports right after this. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Trailblazers.
Ever since this game started, they've been attacking on the inside, looking for ways to bust up the defense and get high percentage looks.
Well, one thing standing out right now is just how fearless everybody is in getting to the inside. They're taking advantage of any lane or angle they get to get after them.
On the floor for Oklahoma City, getting going in the second. Shea and Caruso are the backcourt pair. In it forward, it's Dort and Williams. And it's Holmgren in at the 5, down low. Second chance effort. Look at Chet finish the break.
And this is what coach wants to see from Holmgren. Outworking the defense to get a second chance look.
You know, after sitting out his first pro year due to a foot injury, Chet Holmgren was well worth the wait, Graham.
Yes, he was. And Chet was actually guarding LeBron during a summer pro-am game when he hurt his foot. But Chet was a monster his rookie year, already an elite shot blocker.
Thibault against Gilgeous-Alexander. Lets it go. And Gilgeous-Alexander missing.
Well, they shouldn't be giving that shot to anyone, but they certainly shouldn't be giving it to him. That's a big break for the defense.
Avdia with it. Now Gilgeous-Alexander defending. There's Simons with a 3. Oklahoma City grabs a miss. Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. Defended by Avdia.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
Here's Simons, and he dunks it down.
And after putting it down, he dangles from the rim a little.
Man, that's borderline taunting right there, Grant. They're playing with a certain swagger right now. Portland leading by 6. To the middle. Avdia passes to Simons. Back to Avdia. Oh, he finds himself wide open and drills it. Avdia's got 4 points now in the quarter.
Great decision by Simons. He's got the reputation of a score-first guard. He can dish it.
Something's off about him this quarter.
Well, he's missing, and it's starting to affect a little bit in his body language, and you just don't want to see that.
Count it.
They're locked in and focused on making each possession a success.
That's exactly how they got the lead. They ended up having multiple possessions in a row with good quality shots, knocked them down, and the game is fully in their control.
And it's Holmgren missing. Here are the Blazers with the ball. They've gone on an 8-0 run. Avdia finds Sharp. And now about 3 minutes gone in the second quarter here.
Whether you're new to the league like Sharp or a veteran, throwing it down, no better feeling.
Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. Grant, there's a huge difference between talent on paper versus winning.
You're right, BA, and it comes down to coaching, chemistry, and sacrifice. But I think the biggest thing is effort. All things being equal, the team that plays the hardest is going to win.
And you can tell he's feeling confident right now at the line, and when he's on, he can be lights out.
Now that's how you capitalize on a screen.
Yeah, good positioning, too. Gave him a clear path to the hoop.
Really not enough help there. Lack of communication on the backside.
Taking it inside, SGA.
And we're all too familiar with these kind of outbursts from SGA.
Avdia, screen on Dort. Here's Simons. Takes it inside, and it's thrown down hard with both hands.
Wow. I'll tell you, such an advantage having a playmaker who can get up to the rim and finish.
Now that is what every team wants.
Like to see that assertiveness, especially from the guy who's going to orchestrate your offense.
Avdia from outside. Wow! Now 10 for 10 after that one. He's on fire.
And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Basketball IQ is something that gets talked about, but its importance to a team showing up here, running plays that turn into scores.
Back to Holmgren. Clock at 6. Chops one in from the wing. Holmgren's gotten 4 this quarter.
Yeah, it's just too easy for Holmgren. Man, is he fun to watch operate off the catch.
Simons against Dort. Avdia, screen on Dort.
Oh, everybody up for that one.
My goodness!
You could just feel that coming.
Wow, that type of finish is just deflating right now for a team that's trying to make a comeback.
Ouch. That's certainly a big-time finish right there. It was one big exclamation point, or maybe even a question mark.
And trust me, when the D's slow to react, he'll be the first guy to make them pay.
Well, I know they don't have mobile devices out there for texting, so they might as well talk to one another.
Pass to Simons. Oh, deflected and stolen by Williams. And so it's the Portland Trailblazers leading by 17 at the end of the period. We hear teams talk about wanting to get the ball inside, but this is how you do it. And don't go far. We'll be right back.
Get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drums, please. They're measuring up the shot.
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. One of the stories here, Denny Avdia, getting it done today.
Can they come up with an answer for him coming out of the half? They have to change something defensively.
They're just way too easy out there, and I'm sure coach is going to make that a priority at halftime.
We've got Anthony Simons. Also sharp out there, Jeremy Grant out there with Klingon, and it's Kamare in at the 4. That's the group starting the second half for Chauncey Billups. Hits the trifecta. Simons has got 15.
That's exactly how you utilize the pick and roll. Simons looking really comfortable in the set there.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Well, Jeremy Grant averaged single digits in points the first 4 seasons of his career, but over the last 4 seasons, he's scoring over 20 a game. He said it all changed for him back in Detroit, adding, quote, "I grew as a player, being the #1 option and seeing different coverages. Now I'm reaping the benefits," unquote. Brian?
All right, Allie, thanks. And you watch Donovan Klingon. He really benefited from that extra year in college, Grant.
Yeah, the development cycle can be a little longer for centers, BA. He cleaned up a lot offensively and took his strength and conditioning to another level. A great move. I mean, the defense has no response.
Well, just ripping through right there as he finds the open spot and gets right through there. High basketball IQ play. That's just tremendous scoring instinct. So fun to watch him work in the half court.
Scoot Henderson's checked in for Simons. Well, it's rare to see a young player as efficient as Jalen Williams, Brent.
BA, it's been remarkable, especially when you factor in that this guy is relied on for a lot of shooting. I mean, his shooting volume is very high. This is a blossoming star for this team, and I'm not sure we could put a ceiling on what that potential is.
And another miss by Oklahoma City. And it's Henderson with the ball for the Trailblazers. Oh, he misses the dunk.
Tried to show off just a little bit there, but ultimately didn't work out. You know, he's going to get a few stares from his coaching staff and probably his teammates in the next huddle.
Williams finds Hartenstein. And Hartenstein slams it in.
He is such a smart player. Jalen Williams making people around him better.
Henderson outside. Pass to Klingon. Up and in on the layup. Klingon's gotten his second bucket.
Their plan working to perfection there, if that was their plan. And if it wasn't, maybe that should be their plan.
Williams passes to Hartenstein. Here's Grant. Deflected!
And that's a relentless effort from Dort. Just a great physical defender.
Here's Wallace. It's hauled in by Henderson. Portland leading by 21. Pass to Kamari. Back to Henderson. Knocked away.
3 minutes remaining in the third.
He takes it in, and he goes in for the dunk.
Yeah, head first down the lane. Henderson wants to throw it down on your head.
The Thunder have gotten 4 of 7 shots to drop in the third. Hartenstein a screen. Williams passes to Hartenstein, and it's in there.
Well, that's how you draw it up right there. A screen to shed the defense, a quick move to the bucket, and you get the lay-in.
Henderson outside. There's the drive. And he banks in the layup. Henderson's got 6.
Attacking the hoop. That is Scoot Henderson's bread and butter. Unstoppable when he's going downhill.
Williams from long range. Portland with a rebound. 1:09 left in the third quarter. Pass to Klingon. Henderson outside. Down low. Goes back up. A nice shot by Klingon. Klingon's got 6 in the quarter.
At 7'2", Donovan Klingon is a mountain of a man.
Here's Williams.
Yes, sir! That's what you tune in for right there. Wow.
And we see the speed and power. I mean, Williams shows off on that one.
To the paint. 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Into the lane. Oh, the teardrop falls in. 11 points in the game.
When the player gets a feel for that floater, it can really make things tough on defenders. You're just not sure how to guard them and where your point of commitment is.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Benton, he's checked in for Sharp. So Oklahoma City going with almost an entire new group here. Chet Holmgren, he's checked in for Hartenstein. Williams comes in for Williams. Wiggins, he's checked in for Dort. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is subbed in for Caruso. And it's Gilgeous-Alexander on the drive.
Gilgeous-Alexander coming at you, so a thorn in the defensive side.
Oklahoma City shooting their 6th and 7th free throw shots in the game. Both good from the line that time. Simons with it to the inside. Ayton. And Ayton with the stuff.
And I love how he's pushing the tempo and creating for others. He does this game in and game out. Incredible.
Nice to play with a point guard that takes pride in playmaking. It makes you move around just a little.
And so it's Portland, ending the period up by a staggering 23 points. Their efficiency has been off the charts. They're running their sets well with patience and purpose. Back after this. And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same for the first 3 quarters. And Oklahoma City looking at who they've got to start the fourth. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is out there with Cason Wallace. Then it's Aaron Wiggins. Then it's Chet Holmgren. And it's Williams in at the 4 slot. Here's Simons.
That is showing up again later. Wow. And Now I'm going to watch the coaching staff to see how many times they're going to call Anthony Simons' number with the way he's got it going here.
Pass to Benton. Here's Ayton. And it's Holmgren with a rebound. Holmgren's got 4 rebounds now. Avdia against Gilgeous-Alexander. And he can't get that one. Trailblazers lead by 22. Avdia outside. Out to Simons. Ayton, a screen on Wiggins. And there's Simons. That one's good. On the assist by Avdia. Simons has gotten 4 this quarter. Gilgeous-Alexander's shot is good.
Gilgeous-Alexander, fantastic concentration.
Ayton, a screen on Williams. Here's Simons. Oklahoma City grabs a miss. Holmgren's got 5 rebounds tonight. Gilgeous-Alexander from outside. Simons with a rebound.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Rejected by Holmgren.
And you can't forget about Holmgren's reach, especially when he's nearby on defense.
There's a screen. Here's Simons. And it's good. Off the back of the rim and in. Simons has got 23 points.
Defensively, you can't afford to get stuck on the pick.
That's one that the coaches will watch tomorrow with that player. You hate to see him give up in that situation.
Here's Ayton. And it's Portland scoring again.
Hitting that mid-range shot. This is right now probably the extent of Ayton's range.
Gilgeous-Alexander. And slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Wow. I'll tell you, such an advantage having a playmaker who can get up to the rim and finish.
Now that is what every team wants.
I'd like to see that assertiveness, especially from the guy who's going to orchestrate your offense.
And Gilgeous-Alexander missing. The Trailblazers have gone 5 of 8 from the field so far in the 4th. Here's Simons, and he drives in, rips it home off a terrific move.
Their offense has been unstoppable, just firing on all cylinders.
I mean, this team is just dangerous. Right now, every shot that they're putting up feels like it's going in.
Gilgeous-Alexander, and you can count it. He'll go to the line with a chance at a 3-point play.
Coaches love Gilgeous-Alexander, and the way that he's working, he's refusing to give in against that kind of airtight defense.
And over the last few years, SGA has emerged as an all-NBA level player, Brent. What's been the key to his success?
I think the key, BA, to him is his confidence. I think that he feels like he is overlooked on a nightly basis and does not get the respect he deserves. So he comes in with that chip on his shoulder, and he plays the entire game coming at any defense that people throw at him.
And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the Trailblazers.
They feel like they have an advantage inside, and so far they have done an excellent job exploiting it.
And you want to talk about ball distribution, they've been dominating that aspect of the game. I think there's a bunch of bankers out there. They're dropping dime after dime.
Gilgeous-Alexander's shot is good.
Well, the scoreboard tells you everything you need to know about this one. A great showing here for the Trailblazers.
And it was a big-time performance across the board. They looked like they were having fun out there, Grant.
Yeah, BA, it was almost like watching a cat play with a mouse. I mean, they did pretty much anything they wanted to do out there today.
And one player just stole the show tonight, doing everything for his team. A monster night for Anthony Simons.
Gotta respect the leadership he showed today.
Oh, hey, how about that?
That's impressive.
You can feel the excitement in this arena. These guys have done one heck of a job.
Yeah, huge motivation, always great for a young team, but veteran players also appreciate when fans come with that kind of energy and get into the spirit of the game.
There's 42 seconds left in the 4th quarter. From the wing, the Thunder with the rebound. Out of bounds. It'll be Portland's ball.
Yeah, the body language right now is not looking good for this basketball team. The game might be out of reach, but they have to avoid mistakes like that.
There's 21 seconds left to play in the fourth. A deep three. The rebound by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So it's the Trailblazers winning this one easily. Well, this might not have been the most competitive
Up and down doors, fast basketball. These teams prefer to operate in the half court. They're very methodical, but fun to watch.
Hey, good basketball, regardless of the pace at which it's run, is good basketball. And with these two teams, movement, screening, high IQ offensive basketball, I'm here for that.
So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. We've got Ball. Buzelis out there with Smith. And it's Kobe White. And it's Giddy in at the three, the small forward.
How about Anthony Edwards, the bounce? Go ahead, Ant.
And here are the Bulls now. Pass the ball. Back to White. Smith with a screen on Edwards. Smith with it. Outside, Ball. Stolen by McDaniels. And now the Timberwolves on the break. Here's Edwards. Randall with the ball. Back to Edwards. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. And Edwards slams it in.
Boy, the quickness off the dribble drive by Anthony Edwards. Being able to put it on the deck, so important.
And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. First trip to the free throw line for him in this one.
And I like what he did at the line a season ago. How about 81%?
And so he makes both from the line. A little over a minute gone here in the first quarter. With a short break in the action, gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Thanks very much. I spoke briefly with Chris Finch. Dealing with Lonzo Ball's playmaking was at the front of his mind. He told me Lonzo's a tremendous decision maker, so we've got to be quick to close off the passing lanes. We can't let him create easy baskets. The goal is to keep Ball's impact as a playmaker down to a minimum. Guys, back to you.
All right, David, thanks. And the call will be against Lonzo Ball. That's his first foul. And in the first, a little over a minute and a half in. Here's Edwards. And finished off by Edwards.
And that strength and concentration from Anthony Edwards. Yes, there's contact. Doesn't bother him.
Ball, the pass to Smith. Giddy kicks to Smith. Lets it go with a three. And it's McDaniels with the rebound.
Hard to figure out how he doesn't knock that one down. No defender in sight.
Edwards can't hit. Chicago's gone 2 or 3 from deep so far in this game. You hear, Doris, people now calling Anthony Edwards one of the faces of the NBA. I'm assuming you'd agree.
100% agree, because the skills are extraordinary. The development in his decision-making has gone leaps and bounds from where it was. Beyond that, Kevin, he's a lockdown defender, one of the best competitors, fearless in the big moments, and one of the most charismatic young men in the league today. This guy is spectacular.
Gobert with a screen on Ball. No problem knocking that one down. Edwards got 8 points.
Well, in pick and roll action, you've got to be aggressive as a scorer. Anthony Edwards with the bucket.
3-pointer. Rudy Gobert with the rebound.
Well, he's got a great stroke. That one almost dropped.
And Anthony Edwards gets the 3. 11 points in the game.
And he gives up some size on that play, but the defender fails to close the gap.
It's incredible to me how players have become so adept at creating just enough space to get the shot off. Nicely done.
Here is Edwards, following the 3-point basket by Chicago. And so it's going to be a 3-second violation out there on the defense. And a look at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for the Bulls.
We've got a bunch of this game yet to be played, but they're shooting it well from the 3-point line. That's got to be a welcome sight.
And the other thing I love, how they're making the extra pass. They're not settling for the first shot. They're going from good to great.
So far, both teams scorching the nets. You got to love it.
Well, you love it when you can get off to a fast start offensively. You hate it, though, when your opponent does the same.
Smith, no good.
You can't look at the result of that shot. They'll take that whenever they get it.
And they should, because it's when you start turning down that kind of look that your offense can start to bog down a bit.
Buzelis with the ball, defended by DiVincenzo. Pass to Buzelis. DiVincenzo against Ball, and foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
Yeah, Ball's size makes him a difficult guy to guard. He uses it well to pick up fouls while shooting.
He's perfect from the line this time. And so Edwards will bring it up for Minnesota. Trailing by 2. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Gobert with a screen on Ball. Edwards. That shot missing. Smith with some nice D.
Boy, 9 times out of 10, that's going in. I'm sure he surprised himself with the miss.
Pass to White. From down in the low post, it goes. White's got 5.
And love the commitment from White. Took the bump, went up strong, and rewarded with 2 points.
And the call will be against Lonzo Ball. That's foul number 2 for him. Outside Edwards. Takes a 3. He beat the buzzer!
Delivery at the buzzer. That is beautifully done.
A nice first quarter of play. We've seen plenty of offense so far. Bulls lead by 1. And back with the start of the second quarter in just a moment. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter, and we'll see what happens here in the second. And looking at what we've seen so far from the Bulls, guys, what do you think?
They just came into this game with the mindset of sharing the basketball.
When you keep everyone involved at the offensive end, it keeps everyone engaged in other areas as well.
So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. Kevin Huerter is out there with Buzelis. And it's Ball, and it's Smith, and it's White in at the point guard.
Yeah, there's no quitting this guy. He just gives you great effort, and he continues to give you great production.
Back to White. Driving to the basket.
Taking back the lead once more. Give these teams credit. Man, they are battling.
Neither team willing to give an inch, and neither able to seize the momentum. This has been a fascinating one to watch.
Here's McDaniels, and finished off by McDaniel.
Anthony Edwards plays with joy, and you love to see him get his teammates involved. Pretty pass.
Outside, Ball. And Ball slams it in. Guys, no one team gaining control early on.
Yeah, and you look at the lead changes, 6 already.
Gobert with a screen on Ball. Puts it up from 15. Rebound by Smith.
Well, defenses are content to give up the mid-range, right? It's not the high percentage restricted area or the 3. You can see they're prepared to give up that shot.
The drive by Ball.
And I tell you what, Ball has some nifty dunks up his sleeve, effortlessly getting off the ground to bash that one in.
For 3, Edwards. And it's Chicago with the rebound. Smith's got 5 rebounds tonight. Gobert in the corner. Pass to DiVincenzo. Edwards looking it over. And finished off by Edwards.
Anthony Edwards has got his rhythm, and he's got a well-rounded offensive game. Look out.
Now Ball. Buzelis with the ball. It's good. The assist that time from Ball. Ball's got his 4th assist in this one. Edwards against Ball. Gobert the screen. Edwards dishes to Randall. To the wing right side. Shot by McDaniels, no good.
You almost have to assume he's going to knock those down when he is that open.
Bulls moving the ball around. Huerter with it. Scoreless thus far. Buries it from 3-point range. Where there's a lot of emphasis on 3-point shooting, Greg. What's your opinion of that?
Well, Kevin, stretching the D isn't just about how far out they have to defend. It's the distance between that and how far in you have to defend. That's why analytics favors shots at the rim and from distance. Oh, smart pass there, setting up Buzelis in a position to cash in.
The Timberwolves again can't hit. The Bulls leading by 9. Here's White. Played in with a nice touch off the glass. White's got 4 points now in the quarter.
I'll tell you, right now, these guys cannot be stopped.
Boy, it looks like their confidence is at an all-time high, just feeding off each other right now. You simply must play better defense than that. This guy is too good from distance.
White the pass to Herter. Out to Smith. No good off the back of the rim. For Minnesota, they've gotten a little under 50% of their second quarter shots to find the mark. 4 of 9 all told. Here's Chicago. They're on a 16-7 run. Smith with a screen on Edwards. Pass to Smith. Back to White. Yes, and it's Smith with the assist that time. 11 points for Kobe White.
Yeah, attacking the interior is something White does well. He's crafty, and he makes good adjustments against the defense.
Look at Edwards slotting home the 3.
I love the spirit he's shown tonight, particularly on the offensive end.
And to me, he's just playing smart, efficient basketball, really helping his team hang around this one.
And a solid playmaker, White has a great sense for when he should look to give it up.
Gobert, and finished off by Gobert.
Well, deliver the pass where your teammate can do something with it. Nice.
Out to Smith. Pass to White. Back to Smith. Here's Buzelis. Oh, and that one had the right spin on it, and it is good. Buzelis has got 9 points now in the quarter.
What you love about Rudy Gobert is he understands his strengths and where he can impact the game. That is primarily on the defensive end, but also as a screen setter offensively.
And Gobert drops them both. And the timeout called here by Billy Donovan. And coach has decided they need a moment to talk things over. Both teams will make substitutions. We've got 13 seconds left to play in the first half. Here's Giddey. Fires for 3. He doesn't hit that one. That one misses. So we've reached the end of the first half of play. It's Chicago up by 7. Okay, David, much appreciated. And now time for halftime. So we'll be back in just a bit to get the third quarter underway. And we've got third quarter of basketball for you. 2 quarters in the books. You know, Anthony Edwards has been exceptional here, guys.
He had a fast pass to the lane that first half. Got inside on demand.
Now, this guy is such a good finisher on the move, and so far, the defense has not been able to counter it.
We've got Randall. Nickeil Alexander-Walker out there with Dante DiVincenzo. Then it's Jaden McDaniels. And it's Reed in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. That's Chris Finch's 5 as we get into the second half. Timberwolves trail by 5. Alexander Walker with the ball. Now guarded by Ball. Randall no good. Well, Chicago's gotten 2/3 of their three-pointers to fall tonight. They're 6 of 9 overall. Here's Giddey. Nailed from three-point land. Giddey's got 8 points.
Boy, Giddey, if he becomes a knockdown three-point shooter, you will not be able to guard this guy.
And he's a good shooter from outside, but not sure from that deep.
Boy, we're seeing it more and more. Guys looking to create additional space by stepping back further from the line.
Pass to Herter. 6 to shoot. Here's Buzelis. Takes it off the glass. And now it's a 10-point Chicago lead.
And Buzelis is in a rhythm now. He's playing to his strengths and taking what is offered from the defense.
Chicago has gone 7 of 10 shooting from three-point land tonight. Excellent numbers from outside. And then Buzelis with the dunk.
It doesn't take much to get Buzelis up to the rim. He just pops off the floor and is right there.
And so it's Giddy with it. He brings it up for the Chicago Bulls. The 12-point lead, their biggest of the game. And there's the call on Dante DiVincenzo. That's foul number 2 for him. Here's Herter. Pass to Buzelis. Reed with the block. And they recover it. It's stolen by Randall. Giddy against McDaniel. Hands it from downtown. He has 7.
No defender within 5 feet of him, just inviting him to shoot the three. That's a dangerous proposition.
Oh, taking it to the rack with power.
Hammering down the two-hand slam. McDaniels gets a wide open look. Up again. The putback is no good. The Bulls leading by 11. And there's the call on Nickeil Alexander-Walker. That is his first foul of the game. Minnesota on D. Over to the left wing. Herter on the wing. Defended by Alexander-Walker. Buzelis off target from three-point range. Alexander-Walker finds Reed. And here's the fast break. Paul leading the way. Third quarter here, and 3 minutes have come off the clock. Driving the lane, and he banks in the layup. Bulls got the lead up to 13 now for the Bulls.
Yeah, I just love seeing it ball, put it on the deck, using those long strides to get all the way to the cup.
And the Bulls with possession. They're on an 11-3 run right now. And when you look at Alexander Walker, Doris, so consistent from year to year.
This is a young man who knows his role, finds ways to help the team within the context of what the Stars are doing, and those are exactly the kind of role players you need in order to have a quality basketball team.
Chicago shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game.
Yeah, and 79% from the line as a team a season ago. Pretty reliable in that regard.
So after making the first, he goes 1 for 2. Alexander Walker with the ball. And it's Buzelis picking him up.
Maybe he rushes that just a little bit, who knows, but he couldn't have gotten a better look than that.
Here's Giddy. Pass to Herter. Williams against Randall. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Giddy. And again, no good by Chicago. Timberwolves trail by 14. Here's McDaniels. Connects from three-point range. McDaniels got 10 points.
Yeah, Julius Randle has a good feel on the offensive end. On time and on target with the pass.
Herter on the wing. Defended by Alexander Walker. Here's Buzelis. And then Buzelis with the dunk.
Timeout. And he can do a lot more damage to the rim than that when he wants to.
Oh, you're right. And with the lead they're enjoying, I'm surprised he didn't put a little something extra on that one. And some changes here for the Timberwolves. Rudy Gobert comes in for Randall. And Anthony Edwards subbed in for McDaniel. The Bulls also changing it up. Jalen Smith, he's checked in for Buzelis. And it's Kobe White in for Kevin Herter. 41 seconds left in the third. White against Edwards for 3. From past the arc, Edwards with another miss. The Bulls leading by 13. Pass to Smith. And he lays it straight in.
Boy, that's a high percentage look by Jalen Smith. Exactly what you want your big man to create.
And here's DiVincenzo from the arc. Traps in the tray. DiVincenzo's got himself on the board with 3 there. Outside, White. And no good on the last second attempt this time. Well, through 3 quarters of play, down double digits, it may. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feat.
Nothing better than chemistry, right? Working together to create a bucket.
And we reach the 4th quarter in a game that may be already out of hand. So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. Patrick Williams is out there with Jalen Smith. And it's Kobe White. Then there's Lonzo Ball. And it's Giddey in at the 3 spot. Trying to find Smith. He's got it now. Yes, that goes in. And the Bulls lead by 14.
Well, just finding the open man and making sure it's on time and on target. This is who Josh Giddey is.
And he gets the bucket.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
It takes incredible effort to stay connected to the hip of the offensive player. You've got to want to work.
White, good.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flames.
One thing I enjoy is watching players who don't pay attention to the score. You lock in on the moment and play the right way.
Smith with a screen on DiVincenzo. And White kicks to Smith. And here's the fast break. Near the 3-point line, it's DiVincenzo. Edwards, no good. The Bulls leading by 14. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Anthony Edwards. That's his first foul. Julius Randle's checked in for the Timberwolves. McDaniels comes in for Alexander Walker. 4th quarter now. We're about a minute and a half in. Smith sets the pick for White. And there's the drive. Let's go. And good, as it just snugs right down through the net.
Ever since halftime, they've played precision basketball on the offensive end.
I got to believe that's something the coach talked to them about at the halftime. They have valued each possession. Amazing individual performance, but you'd like to see more guys start to get involved. I don't know if he can do it alone.
White the pass to Williams. White dishes the ball. Clock at 6. Back to White. Beyond the arc. Count that one as his 7th make in 8 attempts. A scorching 88%.
And right now, White red hot. Just everything he puts up seems to go in.
Count that one. The Bulls' lead has been cut back down to 14 on those points from Edwards. White against Edwards. And White kicks to Smith. Over Gobert. Williams finds Smith. Out left to the wing. And there's the call on Dante DiVincenzo. That will get him his 4th foul of the game. Buzelis is checked in for Williams. Timberwolves on defense. Smith sets the pick for Buzelis. And he drives in.
Slick drive by Buzelis. He moves well for a guy that size.
Timberwolves trail by 16. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Fires from deep. And another 3 for Minnesota.
And so many teams now look to establish the perimeter to set up everything else.
No doubt it's a growing trend, Greg, and he is highly accurate tonight.
White, good.
Yeah, under control. White has those short, quick strides.
Strong move inside by Edwards.
Boy, the consistency he's had tonight has been impressive. Really steady from the field.
White inside. Edwards there. Smith the pass to Ball. There's the 3. Minnesota with the rebound. It's 3-on-3 on the fast break. And here's Edwards from the arc. Offensive rebound. Pass to Randle. Second shot opportunity. Rebound by Smith.
And you can see why he might be off on some of his attempts, getting far fewer shots today than he's accustomed to. And so only one team answered the bell tonight, guys. Not a monster blowout by any means, but still a double-digit victory for Chicago.
They found a great rhythm from long range.
Yeah, Kevin, every time they left a man open deep, he'd get a good shot at the basket, didn't hesitate, and that aggression paid off.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance for Buzelis.
You look at the energy he brought on both ends of the floor, and it's easy to see why he was a difference maker.
Just 2 seconds between shot clock and game clock. And here's Edwards from the arc, and the three ball is good. Edwards got 40 points. And so it's Giddy with it. He brings it up for the Bulls. 17 points was their biggest margin.
two of the top teams in the league.
And each of them with some superstar talent. Whichever star can lead the way, control the game, that'll be the key.
Here are the starters for Oklahoma City. Shea and Caruso are the backcourt pair. Inside, we got Williams and Holmgren, and it's Dort in at the small forward position. Brown against Gilgeous-Alexander. Holmgren with a screen on Brown. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. It's hauled in by White.
Not that time, but that's a shot that he's going to make more oftentimes than not.
Three-pointer, Holiday. On target from range.
With balance and good rhythm, Holiday serves as an effective catch-and-shoot player.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander, buried from 15 feet out.
And you got to defend better than that. I mean, that's a good look for him.
See, this is what analytics don't take into account. Some guys thrive in the mid-range. Really depends on the shooter. It's actually kind of lazy. While he's a bit undersized for a four, he more than makes up for it with his balance.
You know, Grant, in interviews, Jason Tatum often seems understated and soft-spoken, but that's just him, isn't it?
That's true, B.A. Tatum has a quiet confidence about him. He doesn't feel the need to be loud or act out. He lets his work on the court do all the talking for him.
And Tatum, the bucket on the assist by White.
Now, what hard work from Tatum inside. Doing what it takes to find his shot.
Holmgren with a screen on Tatum. And slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
And one move ahead of the defense. A solid pick.
And then the monster dunk to complete the play. Well done.
Well, great chemistry on display. He understood where to put the screen in order to free up his teammate.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
Here in the first quarter, with about 2 minutes gone by. Boston has gone 1 for 3 from beyond the arc. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Well, I had a chance to talk with head coach Joe Mazzulla. We were talking about Chet Holmgren, the versatility at both ends. And coach pointed out one thing in particular, saying that Chet has the ability to create for himself. He's a tremendous ball handler for his size. He has great footwork, and he stays on balance. He knows it's going to take a team effort defensively.
All right, Allie, thanks once again. Just over 2.5 minutes played here in the first. And unable to get the go-ahead bucket there. Now the Celtics on the move. Now Holiday. Williams grabs the board. Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing, defended by Brown. Holmgren with a screen on Brown. Pass to Holmgren. Let's go with a three. Gets the three to fall.
Yeah, it's just too easy for Holmgren. Man, is he fun to watch operate off the catch.
Grant, how about the rise of OKC? In just 2 years, transforming from a 24-win team to the top seed.
Incredible, B.A. The Thunder drafted well and gave those picks lots of playing time. Plus, they made some fantastic trades. And of course, don't forget, OKC still has a boatload of picks.
And here in the first quarter, a little over 3.5 minutes played. Gilgeous-Alexander nails the wide-open jumper. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 8 points.
Sweet-looking jumper from the mid-range. I mean, Gilgeous-Alexander just making it look easy.
Knocks it down from distance.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
It's Holmgren, high post. Shot clock at 6. Gilgeous-Alexander against Porzingis. Gilgeous-Alexander no good. And here's White. He'll bring it up for the Celtics. With the drive. Outside Holiday. This one for 3. The Thunder pull it in.
Surprising to see him miss here, but they'll be happy with that shot most possessions.
About 3 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Pass to Holmgren. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. Holmgren with a screen on Tatum. Brown against Williams. Releases. Nice spin off the left rim and in.
I know what they say, defense wins championships, but you need some bucket getters too now.
And the jam by Brown.
Good play call and good execution. The offense running on all cylinders.
And Mark Dagnall has called a timeout. Coach wants to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the game plan. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Oh, and the buzzer beater is good!
Makes his selection just...
What a performance for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He has been the story for the Thunder. He put together 10 points in the quarter. We'll be back in a moment. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even on the scoreboard so far. And what do you guys think about the Thunder here in this one?
They're off to a rock-solid start. They brought a well-thought-out plan into this one.
Well, let's see if they're able to keep it up. So far, their shot selection and ball movement has been on point.
Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. Derek White out there with Drew Holiday. And it's Brown in at the small forward position. That's who's in the game for the Celtics. Here's Tatum. Tries it from 19. And there's White. That's good on the assist from Tatum. White's got 7 points in the game.
And put your head down and go to work. That's what they need to do.
Yeah, when the game is up for grabs like this one has been, it's all about the attention to detail.
Kick out to Brown. Pass to Porzingis. Okay, do it, KP.
One of the tallest guys in the league. Give Porzingis the ball there and just let him work.
And when Porzingis can be a third option on a team, he is deadly and efficient, RJ.
We've always seen Porzingis as the guy or as a second option. But when he has elite teammates around him, he really flourishes. A quality pass, setting up a quality shot, it's just textbook basketball.
White. Oh, how about White? Gets all the way to the cup. Nice.
If you give him any sort of space, he's gonna attack.
Lays it up and banks it in. He's got 7.
It's so difficult to defend Holmgren inside. For such a young player, his body control and awareness are off the charts.
On the wing, Holiday. Right side, Brown. No, stopping him there. Jams it in, and he's fouled. And in a game this close, they're going to challenge the call. Coach does not agree with it, and he wants him to take another look at the monitor.
Personal foul. Team foul.
Still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Tatum. Holmgren with a screen on Tatum. Pass to Holmgren. Caruso outside. Just 4 to shoot. Holmgren with a screen on Brown. Williams from long range. Holiday grabs the miss. Celtics lead by 3. Here's Brown. Back to Holiday. Tatum, a screen on Caruso. He shoots it. The shot by Holiday, no good.
If he gets that look again, he should take it. You can't let one miss scare you off of a very good shot.
Outside, Williams. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. Williams with the screen. From 15 feet away. And he hits the jumper. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 12 points. All right, I don't want to make you feel too old here, RJ, but you did get drafted back in 2001. What's the biggest change in the game, you think?
Oh, I think without a doubt the physicality and the three ball. Teams are not as physical and they shoot a lot more threes. When I came in, they were barely shooting them. Now that's all that matters.
All it takes is a sliver of daylight, and Gilgeous-Alexander will exploit it.
Poke loose. And up the court come the Thunder on the break. Pass to Williams. A chance there to take the lead, but a miss. For Boston, they've gotten 5 of their first 6 attempts to fall in the second. Brown finds Tatum. Oklahoma City grabs a miss.
That's just a bucket. Look, you expect him to make. It's tough when you miss them.
Caruso with the bucket.
Yeah, the guard instincts of Gilgeous-Alexander. I mean, fantastic work dishing the rock to uncover teammates.
Pass to Porzingis. Porzingis, big strides. And a slam dunk by Porzingis.
Just outstanding distribution. This is the kind of team chemistry that you love to see.
Holmgren with a screen on Tatum. There's 48 seconds left in the first half of basketball. And it's Holmgren missing. And White has got the ball here for the Celtics. On the wing, Holiday. Porzingis in the post. Holmgren's there. And a slam dunk by Porzingis.
Even after that serious knee injury, Porzingis with the spring to flush it.
Tatum against Gilgeous-Alexander. Great D that time from Porzingis. The Celtics with the lead. White, the pass to Holiday. Kick out to White, and stolen by Caruso. And Mark Dagnall has called a timeout. We might see him looking to make some tweaks to the strategy here.
Yeah, coach no doubt wants to use this timeout to review the matchups and maybe make some adjustments as well.
I'm sure all of the above is in order, and you can never be too content.
Just 4 seconds left in the second. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander, and no good. Trying to get that one to fall. And a pretty tightly contested game here as we end the first half. It's the Celtics. They lead by 2. And we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out there for the start of the third quarter, right after the break. Just joining us, we played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. You know, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been exceptional here, guys.
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
He always wants to be a go-to guy for them. I'm sure he'll be calling for the ball even more in this half.
Taking a look at the Thunder. Shai and Caruso are the backcourt pair. In it forward, it's Dort and Williams. And it's Holmgren in at the center position, locking down the middle.
And clearly he needs no time to warm up.
And an intentional foul right there.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
For the Thunder, Hartenstein. He's checked in for Holmgren. Wiggins comes in for Williams. And Williams is subbed in for Dort. Oklahoma City trailing. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. 16 points for him. Hartenstein with a screen on Tatum. And it's Gilgeous-Alexander on the drive. Here's Hartenstein. He can't hit that time. Horford with some nice D. Hard to find a season in his career where Horford didn't make an impact, RJ.
One way or another, he's going to help his team win. Still out there doing it and doing it at a high level. He's kind of an ageless wonder.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Tatum. Hartenstein passes to Gilgeous-Alexander. Back to Hartenstein. Baseline try. That one's good. And so Gilgeous-Alexander with the assist. Gilgeous-Alexander's got his 5th assist in this one. Outside Tatum. On the wing, Holiday. Driving to the basket. Out to Craig. There's Tatum with the three. Hartenstein pulls it in. Thunder trail by 3. Horford with a steal. And Horford powers it home.
This is where Horford's agility comes into play. He finds the lane and takes it all the way.
Hartenstein with it. Picked up by Tatum. Hartenstein passes to Gilgeous-Alexander. Back to Hartenstein. And Hartenstein slams it in.
And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
And you can feel the jolt of energy that he sent through his team. That is a huge boost in a tight game like this.
Not quite 2.5 minutes played here in the second half. Wiggins with a screen on Tatum. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Hartenstein. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Hartenstein. Horford covering. 5 on the clock. Hartenstein with a screen on Tatum. Rebound Boston. Here's Pritchard. He has 7. Right around 3 minutes into this second half. No coverage that time. And it's an 8-point Boston lead.
Since half, there's been a stark contrast between these teams. I'm talking about efficiency at the offensive end.
And start with their defense. They've been intense on that end, and they can actually help their offense as well.
He's bringing a lot of energy to this offense, not letting the scoreboard discourage him right now.
He's going to keep putting up shots regardless of the score. That's the kind of player he is.
First team foul.
A little under 3.5 minutes off the clock now in the third quarter. Pritchard, the pass to Craig. Over Williams. Tatum with a screen. Wiggins with a steal. Inside, here's Hartenstein. And that comes off the assist by Gilgeous-Alexander. Hartenstein's got 6 here in the quarter.
A 6'6" playmaker. SGA has a great view of the floor. Ooh, putting on a show for the fans. Going up with a graceful reverse.
Oh, that had a little extra sauce on it, Grant. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Horford pulls it in. Celtics lead by 6. Craig with a screen. Here's Pritchard. And the layup falls. Pritchard's got 12 points here in the second half.
Hey, I'd keep feeding him every trip. He's been on fire this quarter.
Hartenstein with a screen on Tatum. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Hartenstein. Hits the layup after the sweet pump fake to freeze the D. Hartenstein's got 8.
Assertive move. You can tell the game's heating up a bit.
And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. A moment to rest and confer on the game plan. And Boston with some changes. Porzingis has checked in for Horford. Jaylen Brown comes in for Tatum. And it's White in for Drew Holiday. 7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. White inside. White gets it to go.
Yeah, it's easy to see why they go to him so often, because they know they can depend on him to come through for them.
And Jaylen Brown gets a whistle that time. That's his first foul.
First personal foul. Second team foul.
17 seconds left to play in the third quarter. Holmgren with a screen on Brown. Williams into the lane. Okay, look out!
Man.
Wow!
And we see the speed and power. I mean, Williams shows off on that one.
White, the pass to Brown. They kick it out to Porzingis. And stolen by Holmgren. Shots continuing to fall as we conclude the third. Both teams putting up some points. Well, what a terrific game it's been so far, with this fourth quarter sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. And here's White. He'll bring it up for Boston. 6-point game. The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Drew Holiday out there with Derek White. And they've stopped the action here. They're using their coach's challenge to see if they can get this foul overturned.
At the line for two, Derek White.
People will be reviewed. Too many close calls in every game. The NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Thanks, guys. Mark Dagnall had some words for his team over the last break. Well, coach is thrilled with their three-point shooting, saying in the huddle, guys, let's keep it up. Continue to shoot it from deep. It's working. They've been on fire from distance so far.
Allie, thank you. And the big finish by Holmgren.
And you know, as a roller, Holmgren shows great hands, and he makes nice adjustments moving downhill.
White, the pass to Holiday, and so they foul intentionally. Caruso, he's checked in for Oklahoma City. Gilgeous-Alexander comes in for Wallace.
First team foul. Coming onto the floor for the Thunder.
White looking it over. They kick it out to Porzingis. Again, the miss by the Celtics.
And sometimes on defense, you could just get lucky.
Here's SGA, and slammed it home, and a foul! A chance at another point at the line. Jaylen Brown picks one up.
Gilgeous-Alexander is just that good, finishing the play through the foul.
And something that makes SGA so dangerous on offense, his elite drive and kickability.
Now, you have to load towards him when he comes off a high pick. He just draws so much attention and can find another cutter or spot-up shooter. He has so much gravity to his game. This is what it's been since halftime. Remarkable results from downtown.
In the modern NBA, you have to hit threes to win games, and they've made that adjustment since the break.
Yeah, a defense has to be very aware of Gilgeous-Alexander's attack mindset. He wants to get to the rim and do maximum damage.
Gilgeous-Alexander gets the bucket on the breakaway.
And you have to love it. The floor general taking things into his own hands.
Just the aggression they're looking for, man.
No doubt. That's the kind of play that can energize the whole team, and they will take it in a close game like this.
The Thunder have got all 4 shots to go in this final quarter. And we're about 2 minutes into the fourth now. Out to the right wing. Gilgeous-Alexander with the hammer.
And great awareness. Holmgren's so good at reading the movement of his teammates, a very heady passer for a big man.
Again, the miss by Boston. Thunder with a lead. Boy, the offense has been on point.
They have great timing and great communication. So hard to get stops against them.
Holmgren with a screen on White. Back to Holmgren. Shoots over White. Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make sense given the situation.
And that's out of bounds. Oklahoma City will keep it.
Oklahoma City.
Just over 2.5 minutes played now. Final quarter of regulation. Pass to Holmgren. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. Just 5 on the clock. SGA working through contact inside.
Oh, obviously Gilgeous-Alexander has the will to win. What a relentless effort.
A nice shot by Tatum.
I do not care what kind of game he is having. In these moments, Tatum is just different.
Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Dort, and here's Caruso outside. Boston pulls it in. Porzingis has got 4 rebounds now. Takes a 3. White can't hit. Here's Oklahoma City now. They've only given up 5 points here in the fourth. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got 5 rebounds in the game. And Gilgeous Alexander with a block.
Read the eyes of the ball handler, and Gilgeous Alexander able to get a hand up in time.
And slam dunk by Gilgeous Alexander.
No fear in the eyes of Gilgeous Alexander. His guys believe in his ability to come up big.
Holiday from long range sinks the tray.
Cool, calm, and collected at a critical juncture in this game.
Gilgeous Alexander against Tatum. Outside, Williams. No one near him. Cash.
Great to see guys who don't back down under pressure.
He knew what they needed here and was determined to deliver.
White with it, and it's Dort picking him up. Outside Holiday to tie it up. And it's Holmgren with a rebound.
And that's a strong closeout defensively. Great effort to deter the shot.
Pass to Gilgeous Alexander. Williams with the screen. Back to Gilgeous Alexander. And it's in.
They have a relentless mentality, even with the game in total control.
No let up with these guys. They're going for the throat now.
And it's going to be the Trailblazers off the tip. So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. Lonzo Ball out there with White. Then it's Buzelis, and it's Smith, and it's Giddey in at the 3 slot.
Hey, dunks aren't always for the big fella.
A serious power move from the point.
Well, in this league, you can see powerful plays from anyone and anywhere. Your position no longer dictates your scoring option.
Yeah, just solid work on the back end of that play.
Yep, you're right. Finished hard with 2 hands on that stuff. You know, Stan, I've always thought that your path, kind of like Billy Donovan's, going from the college game to the pro game, both enjoying success, very, very similar paths.
Except for one thing, Kevin. Billy could actually play. I couldn't. So, you know.
Well, you're not being
Billy
fair to yourself now. Come on.
Billy was a great college player. And I think, Kevin, Billy Donovan's the most underrated coach in the NBA. This guy's a surefire Hall of Famer. Back-to-back national titles in college. And then you look at the consistent success he has had in the NBA with teams. This guy is as good as anyone in the country, heck, anyone in the world coaching basketball.
Well said. An intentional foul committed, but for what purpose, Greg, I'm not sure.
A scene of confusion right there. I can't imagine why he thought it was a good idea to foul there.
Now, here's Simons. Shot clock at 6. Bible on the wing. Drills the 3-pointer.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
The Bulls have gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. Here's Buzelis. And then Buzelis with the dunk.
Slick drive by Buzelis. He moves well for a guy that size.
Simons against Ball. Pass to Kamare. Avdia with it. And he makes good on the layup.
And I like to see this. They're calling his number early, and he's delivering.
Yeah, well, his offensive contributions are going to be very important in this game. So it's good they've already got him in a rhythm.
And you have to have an appreciation for Ball's passing skills. I mean, he just sees the floor beautifully, easily working the ball over to open teammates.
Now, here's Thibault. Simons surveying the D. Kamare misses.
That's not the type of opportunity he fails to convert very often.
Smith kicks the ball. Here he goes. Back to Smith. The 3. And again, it's the Bulls from deep.
That's inexcusable defense right there. You gotta contest the shot better than that.
Pass to Ayton. Trailblazers moving the ball around. Ayton a screen on Ball. Back to Ayton. Simons the pass to Ayton. Avdia on the wing. Clock at 4. Puts up a deep 3. Buzelis grabs the board. Chicago leading by 4. Greg, their offensive approach has been rock solid here.
And they're finding the weak spots in the D and attacking.
Oh, wow, what a great move inside.
That is incredible.
How about that finish by Buzelis, the rookie, getting it done.
And it's Avdia off the drive. Count the bucket, and he's got a free throw coming up as well. So it's Avdia. He'll go to the free throw line. It goes on Josh Giddey. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for Chicago.
Well, the coaching staff's game plan is very clear. Move the ball on the perimeter and shoot the shots with no hesitation.
And one other thing they've done well today, guys, share the ball. I mean, set up teammates and just plain unselfish.
And the call will be against Anthony Simons. That is his first foul of the game.
Oh, great defense there. Anticipated the play and got there first.
Giddey against Avdia. Pass to White. Buzelis sets a screen for White. 6 on the shot clock. Smith for 3. Bucket number 3. He's a perfect 3 for 3 to start.
Yeah, that's a great find by White. He's such a clever and deceptive combo guard.
The Bulls leading by 7. 6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Bulls will retain possession. Jeremy Grant, he's checked in for the Trailblazers.
Now the lineup for your Trailblazers.
23 seconds left to play here in the first.
Jeremy Grant.
Back to Giddey. Avdia with the rebound. Here's Simons. Pass to Ayton. Outside, Avdia. This one for 3. Got it!
Oh, amazing! Perfect timing there.
The offense coming free and easy as we wrap up the first quarter. Bulls out front, up by 4. We've got more in store for you right after this. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. Looking at what we've seen for the Bulls, what do you guys think?
I know it's early, but all those three-pointers, boy, do they add up.
And with each made 3, their confidence continues to build. Their opposition might want to change their approach to try to slow them down.
So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group Billy Donovan has on the floor. They've got Kobe White, Buzelis out there with Josh Giddey. Then it's Ball, and it's Smith in its center. Ayton dishes to Avdia. Grant kicks to Simons. Grant with a screen on White. Just 5 to shoot. That is good. And the Bulls' lead is cut to just 3 points on the basket from Simons. All right, Stan, hypothetical situation. Down 1, shot clock is off. If you could pick anyone in the NBA, who do you want taking that shot?
Well, I'm going to go back in time a little bit, Kevin. The guy who really made my career for me as a head coach. I'm taking Dwayne Wade. He was the best that I ever saw. Not only did he have the ability to make clutch shots, he managed the game clock as well as anybody I've ever seen.
The situation was never too big for him, was it?
Never was, and he's so smart in addition to being as talented as he was.
And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Kevin, the Blazers are in the midst of a rebuild. Coach Chauncey Billups said it's been a tough couple of years. I'm just here every day grinding through it, helping my guys the best I can. I'm ready for that challenge and that pressure to go out and compete with these best teams. But in the NBA, Kevin, this sort of thing takes time.
A lot of time, but the West is tough, David. And here we go, Coach's Challenge happening right now.
Is overturned. Shooting for Chicago.
And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
White the pass to Smith. Out to White. Buzelis sets a screen for White to the wing on the left. Here's Buzelis. Defended by Thibault. Buzelis' shot is good.
And at almost 7 feet, Buzelis is really tough to slow down. And when he's on, there's not much you can do.
Chicago leading by 8. Will stand after 11 seasons with this Blazer organization. Damian Lillard traded away in 2023. What a run he had for Portland.
Incredible, Kevin. Not only in terms of his scoring and his individual honors, but the success he brought to the team. While they didn't get over the top and get to the finals, they were a consistent winner. If you were a fan in Portland, you had a good team to come and watch for all of those years.
Pass to Buzelis. Giddey with the screen on Grant. Smith outside. Takes the three. It's hauled in by Thibault. Trailblazers trail by 8, and it's the Trailblazers on the break. Ayton kicks to Avdia. With the drive, and finished off by Avdia.
He just punched the ticket on that one. That'll get the job done.
Powerful two-hand jam. Here's Buzelis, and it's Giddey in the corner. Pass to Buzelis. And the layup's good off the glass. And that's 15 points for Buzelis.
With his soft touch around the rim, Buzelis should score a lot of points in the paint over his career.
Ayton sets the pick for Simon. And that one goes long. The Bulls leading by 8. For the three. The shot by Buzelis, no good. Simons against Ball. Grant with a screen on Ball. Fires the three. And there's Grant on the assist by Simon. Grant's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3. Giddey kicks to White. Smith outside. Knocked away. And stolen by Thibault. And Simons wide open. He'll fire. And again, it's the Trailblazers from deep.
Well, the defense can't lose track of him. He's just too talented offensively.
And it's White missing. Grant surveying the D. What a play! Simply drains it in at the buzzer.
One eye on the rim, one eye on the clock. Nice job.
Well, it's good to have a player on the floor with that kind of awareness. He recognized the situation.
It's all tied in Portland. And we'll be back right after halftime to get the third quarter underway. We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. It's been one outstanding game from Manas Buzelis.
Yeah, it's been a great performance from him, really staying focused on quality shots.
Yeah, he's found his spots, been patient with his shot selection, and it's paid off for himself and the team.
Grant steps in at 4 with Ayton, the big man, in the middle. Anthony Simons out there with Avdia. And it's Thibault in at the small forward. That's the group on the floor for Portland. Stan on the floor tonight, one of the best two-way players in the game, Jeremy Grant.
Yeah, Kevin, look, he's become a knockdown three-point shooter, but he also does a great job of putting the ball on the floor, attacking the basket, and getting to the free throw line. He puts a lot of pressure on the defense.
And that is the exact type of opportunity this offense is looking to create.
Yeah, quality.
Folks, the coach's challenge has been initiated for a personal foul. Close game like this, and he thought it wasn't a good call.
At the line for the Bulls, Josh Giddey taking 2 shots.
Personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively and involving the coaches by being able to. A challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Here's Buzelis. He's covered by Grant. Buzelis sets a screen for White. Buzelis' shot is good.
And just running the offense, White's that new breed of combo guard who can do a little bit of everything.
And the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Kevin, Anthony Simons came into the NBA at age 19, and he's paid his dues, working his way up from the end of the bench to a starring role. Coach Chauncey Billups says he just believes he's one of the best players in the NBA, and confidence is a big thing. Well, Kevin, he's certainly earned it. Back to you.
I would totally agree with you, D.A. Thank you so much. Grant dishes to Ayton. Ball against Simon. Back to Ayton. And foul on the shot. And here we go with the coach's challenge. The personal foul call.
And this is the time now where the officials can review in closer detail what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replay, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving at, and how fast the action really is, and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
Ayton hits them both. You know, Stan, it sometimes seems that coaches get themselves ejected on purpose to fire up their team. Am I on the right track there or not?
Well, Kevin, certainly it happens with some guys. There have certainly been guys, Jerry Sloan, Don Nelson, who would do some of that.
How about you? How about you?
Now, Kevin, you know me. All I always ever tried to do was help the referees because we all just want to get to the right call, and I could help them in that way.
You did all the time.
As much as I could, but they were not receptive.
Ayton finds Thibault. Clock is at 3. And they turn over the 24-second buzzer, signaling the shot clock violation. Jabari Walker's checked in for DeAndre Ayton.
Number 34.
Bulls leading by 4. In the corner, it's Buzelis. And here's Herter. Outside, Ball. Buzelis sets a screen for Ball. Good on the bucket. And that's 19 points for Buzelis.
I love how Ball moves the rock. Incredible instincts on the offensive end.
And Stan, a positive for the Bulls over the last couple seasons. They've really done a good job of taking care of the ball.
Yeah, Kevin, that's been an emphasis for them. You don't want to beat yourself. So you look up and down the roster, it's a pretty disciplined group, but it's also the kind of thing that can change from year to year.
Giddey the pass the ball. Three-pointer. A three-pointer is right on target. Ball's got 7 points in the game.
I tell you, it's unorthodox to watch, but Ball shoots the ball with tremendous rhythm and confidence from beyond.
Walker is screen on Williams. Grant kicks to Walker. Abdi on the wing. Back to Walker. Kicks it out to Grant. Pass the ball. And some nice ball movement here by Chicago. Williams. And finished off by Williams.
He takes advantage of them in every way possible.
And Greggy lures them into a trap on the steal, and then bang, straight to the bucket.
Turning great defense into great offense. That's the kind of stop you're looking for.
And we've got a timeout called by Chauncey Billups. He wants a minute here to get things straightened out with his team. And the Trailblazers making a change here. Sharp's checked in. The Bulls also changing it up. Jalen Smith comes in for Buzelis. And it's White in for Josh Giddey. And that one's good by Henderson.
Such a confident young man. Scoop just goes for it.
And so White will bring it up for the Bulls. Poke loose. Avdia against White. Puts up a deep three. Avdia can't hit. The Bulls leading by 6. Inside. Ball kicks to Herter. Launches a 3. Portland grabs the miss. Avdia's got rebound number 5 here tonight. And so Chauncey Billups calls for the timeout. He wants to regroup and go over the strategy. And Portland making a change here. Here's Henderson. He's got 5. Grant for 3. Chicago grabs the miss. Smith's got 8 rebounds in this game. There's Ball with the 3. And again, no good by Chicago. And so Chauncey Billups calls for the timeout. This will give him a chance to discuss some potential alterations. The points coming in bunches as we wrap up the third quarter. It's been a good one. Bulls lead by 6. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
And how about the big fella here showing us he's got some point guard skill here with the tremendous setup.
Yeah, well, this is the diversification of positions in this league. Everyone does everything now.
And I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. Josh Giddey is out there with Buzelis. Then it's White. Then it's Jalen Smith. And it's Ball in at the 2.
And White is just so fast. Once he leaks out in the open floor, he's tough to keep pace with.
Pass to Ayton. Avdia on the wing. Giddey defending. And the wide open shot from Avdia. The good-looking shot from the wing.
If you came to watch a scoring battle, you're in the right place.
Yeah, and how great have these offenses been for these teams tonight? Just fantastic execution.
Lays it up and in off the pretty assist. And 12 points for Denny Avdia.
And his competitiveness showing through. That's an aggressive finish.
Yeah, and getting out in transition allows for some easy points before that defense is fully set.
White goes in, and White with the stuff.
And that is how you finish a drive. Kobe White.
Simons, the pass to Ayton. Back to Simons. Good on the triple.
Defensively, you can't back off him that much. You don't want to give up easy threes at this stage of the game.
Driving the lane, it's good. And the Bulls lead by 5.
Assisted buckets. Every team wants them. They show you're running effective team offense.
And Simons, here we go. Ayton finds Avdia. The teardrop falls in.
Yeah, it took just enough off of it for the floater.
Chicago leading by 3. Now Giddey. Smith sets the pick for Giddey. Avdia with a defensive effort. Trailblazers have gone a perfect 4 of 4 to start the final quarter. Can't ask for anything more than that. Simons, the pass to Ayton. Back to Avdia. Ayton a screen. Fires from 18. Avdia can't hit.
Yeah, you expect him to make those. Good look. Just couldn't find the mark.
This kid, Buzelis, loves these types of situations. He wants to be the guy they go to in the big moments.
Pass to Kamare. 3-pointers, Simon. Ball with the rebound.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Buzelis, they get it back. Goes back up. Doesn't go for it. Trailblazers trail by 5. Outside, Simon. Ayton sets the pick for Simon. Pass to Ayton. Clock at 6. Simons against ball. Here's Ayton. It's blocked.
Making good use of his length. Buzelis able to track down the block that time.
And we got to take a second look to admire that outstanding block.
And guys, that is lockdown defense at its finest. Going right at the shot and then able to knock it away.
Giddey kicks to White. Now here's Giddey. He's guarded closer. Here's Smith. Count that bucket. And that's a double-double for him now. 11 points and 10 rebounds. There's the pick. To the inside. Here's Feibel. Fouled on the shot and picks up 2 points. So 1 free throw coming up.
Well, credit the screen there, springing him loose for the finish.
And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the Bulls.
Well, I've been a little surprised by how many mid-range jump shots they're taking and hitting. But so far, that seems to be the recipe that's working for them.
And all game long, they work the ball inside. It's really worked well for them offensively.
Guys, this possession could decide their fate.
They have to be careful with the ball.
Ayton a screen on ball. Pass to Kamare. Giddey against Abdia. To the paint. Here's Kamare. It counts. What a beautiful shot to bring him to within 3.
Nice pass inside, making things easy for him now.
Guys, they're not going to be in any rush on this possession.
Not with the lead. Now's the time to burn some clock.
Now here's White.
so important in the NBA.
It really is. I mean, there's always the risk of guys getting hurt throughout the season. So the teams know the value of having a very deep rotation, and they make the most of their bench, which is smart.
Looking at the starting five for the Boston Celtics. The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Drew Holiday out there with Derek White. And it's Porzingis in at the center position. Now here's Brown. Oh, good D by Edwards.
Well, he's much better than that. Really no excuse for missing that lay-in.
Very pretty alley-oop.
Oh, man, take a look at that one. Just a textbook alley-oop.
Beautifully done. He served it up on a platter.
And a nice touch on the finish.
Knocks down the long J.
White that time, feeling the separation, was able to shoot that shot with rhythm.
McDaniels finds Edwards. Soft touch off the glass.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
Brown passes to Tatum. And finished off by Tatum.
The athletic prowess of Tatum on full display. What a move to the bucket.
It's stolen by Tatum. Here's Holiday. Drops in the layup for two.
That's a nice play there. Not going to miss many from there.
And in the first, a little over a minute and a half in. Clark, with Minnesota being a major player in the West now, Wolves Nation is howling.
Howling and growling, B.A. That's the name of their fan base. And yeah, they're excited. And for good reason. Not only is this team competitive, but they can be downright dominant at times, especially at the defensive end of the floor. Easy group to cheer for.
Here's Brown, plenty of space. Gets rebounded by Minnesota.
Boy, the defense got lucky there with him missing it, but they don't want to chance that again.
For three, DiVincenzo sends it home from three-point land.
And the three-point shot of DiVincenzo is dangerous. Defense cannot allow him to get airspace from there.
White can't hit.
Hey, you know, I like the competitive spirit. When you look at it, I think he rushed that three a little bit because he was trying to get back at his opponent.
Gobert with a screen on Tatum. Edwards with it. Now guarded by Brown. Edwards, a pass to Gobert. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
With his size, Gobert can make this look really easy. It's almost unfair.
Porzingis finds Brown. Going inside. It's blocked by Gobert. And it's going to be out of bounds. Boston will have another go. Here's White. Outside, Brown. And the three-pointer goes.
When JB is on from here, it really boosts his team.
And it's Edwards with the ball for Minnesota. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Well, I had a chance to catch up with head coach Chris Finch. We discussed just how difficult Jason Tatum is to guard and what he wants his team to do against him. And coach told me he's a very talented and polished player. I told our guys to stay in front of him, don't fall for the pump fakes, play smart and under control. It's easier said than done, but we'll see if they're up to the task. Guys, back to you.
All right, appreciate it, Allie. Clock at 6. Oh, rejected by McDaniels. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Randall. 1:33 left in the first quarter. Holiday got it from about 16 feet.
Confident shooting from Holiday there. Finds a shot he likes and sinks it, even if it is the mid-range, which goes in the face of analytics these days. But I like that mid-range, Jay.
Now here's Edwards. He has 6. And down it goes. 2 points. Edwards got 8.
Getting enough shots in close to play inside out.
And he might not blow you away with numbers, but there's a reason why McDaniels is on the floor so often, Clark.
Hey, B.A., I love his versatility at both ends of the floor. He knows exactly what's needed from him by his team. He gives it to him. He doesn't need a lot of touches. He just plays the game. Love his motor. Love his consistency. He is the epitome of a value-utility guy. Great use of the dribble drive by Edwards there, earning himself a trip to the line.
Free throw good, Edwards. And Anthony Edwards has stated that his goal is to ultimately surpass Michael Jordan.
Hey, look, that is a lofty goal to run after. I don't know if he'll catch him, but I like the fact that he's ambitious enough and confident enough to put it out there. His ability speaks for itself. This guy's a star already, and his star continues to shine. His work ethic and confidence give me belief that he's going to have a chance to at least get close to that. We know about 25 years ago, there was a guy named Kobe Bryant who sought to do something similar to what MJ did, and he got pretty close to matching it.
So it's Boston now. The Timberwolves getting their last shot to go. Brown finds White. Good. And Brown gets the assist. He's got 5.
Nice selection that time by White, going to the floater. Every guard needs to have that in his back pocket.
Gobert with a screen on Holiday. Edwards, a pass to Gobert. Perfect pass to set up the lay-in. Gobert's got his second basket of the game.
He's been playing great, unselfish basketball, really putting the rock in the hands of the right shooters.
He is delivering a lot of room service dimes tonight. One sweet one after another.
And Edwards slams it in.
They keep trading punches. Both teams in a groove early.
Hey guys, this is going to be fun now. I mean, we've got ourselves a shootout on tap here.
Anthony Edwards has been on display for the Minnesota. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter. We'll see what happens here in the second. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for Minnesota.
Well, guys, early on, they're driving the lane constantly, using their quickness to gain an advantage. Look at their points off penetration.
I would like to highlight, too, guys, the excellent passing they've done early on. I mean, they've done a really good job putting the ball into the hands of guys ready to shoot it.
We've got Edwards. Rudy Gobert is out there with Julius Randle. Then it's Dante DiVincenzo, and it's McDaniels in at small forward. So that's the Timberwolves 5. White against DiVincenzo. Offensive rebound. Minnesota in the lead. Here's Edwards. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. It's on Drew Holiday.
How about the work ethic of Anthony Edwards? Not to mention that linebacker build and the sweet shooting stroke. But what he wants most is to see his team succeed. That's what you love about AE.
That's what he does. Rock solid at the line.
White can't hit.
Even with every shot clanging off the rim, he seems determined to keep hoisting up these threes. It might be time to get inside of that arc.
Oh, nice one-handed jam there, B.A.
Hey, little exclamation point.
Hey, they've got a nice, comfortable lead here, fellas. Might as well keep it simple. Do it a plain, simple one-hander, just like pound cake.
The Timberwolves lead by 4. Quarter number 2 with just over a minute of play. DiVincenzo finds Edwards. Picked by Gobert. Edwards with it. Porzingis picks him up defensively. And Porzingis with the block.
That reach of Porzingis is just outrageous. I mean, I love when he uses it on defense to stifle shooters.
5 on the clock. Inside, Edwards lays it in. Well, Grant, with players getting bigger and more athletic, do you support moving the restricted area out?
Yeah, B.A., I would. We've seen a lot of injuries when defenders slide underneath elevated players on the drive. So cutting down that risk makes a lot of sense.
Big-time hops on display there. What a throwdown by Brown.
Gobert with a screen on Holiday. Randle outside. He's looking good. 2 buckets and 3 attempts.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Well, the Timberwolves are one of the biggest teams in the association, and Coach Chris Finch said, quote, "That's how we're built. It's part of our identity. That's what we have to lean into. We want to be big at the rim and force our size on opponents." Brian, he loves to see other teams hesitant to venture into the paint.
Hearing footsteps, right? Allie, thanks.
He does not lack for confidence. He shouldn't. I mean, this guy is a dangerous scorer.
Here's DiVincenzo, and he takes that one up and powers it through.
DiVincenzo's got major bounce now. This kid is a big-time leaper. He can play at the rim and above it, too.
Nails it from 3.
You're leaving him all alone? Good luck. He's going to drill that every time.
Gobert with a screen on Holiday. Edwards rises up and powers it down.
Yeah, you know, once Edwards flips that switch, now he stays fully engaged. His offensive arsenal is on full display.
White, the pass to Porzingis. And a slam dunk by Porzingis.
Impressive one-hand slam right there, B.A.
Man, as long as he's confident about it, I'm good with it. Maybe use two hands next time. Get up, Anthony Edwards!
Show us what you got, young fella. Anthony Edwards. Love to see you operate like that.
And from what we've seen so far in his career, Anthony Edwards wants to be that guy in crunch time, Clark.
B.A., I love his mentality. Not only in that he wants to be the guy, but he also wants to elevate his teammates, and he plays the game with an exuberance and a joy and a freshness that is, you know, quite good to see. But I like his attack mentality and his willingness to step into leading his team by example at both ends of the floor.
Minnesota leading by 8. Outside McDaniels. Gobert with a screen on Brown. McDaniels passes to Gobert. And stolen by Porzingis. 51 seconds left in the first half. Brown finds Porzingis. Pass to White. Tatum with it. JT to the hole. He drains it as the shot clock ticks down. Tatum's got 5 points now in the quarter.
Really hard to slow Tatum down on his drive because he's relentless. I mean, he's going to finish whether somebody's in his way or not. This guy's a load offensively to deal with.
Celtics trail by 6. White on the wing. With the floater. And it's Gobert with a rebound. Gobert's got rebound number 8 now. Well, the defender's stopping the developing fast break. That looks like a transition take foul. Minnesota shooting their 5th attempt at the line in the game. And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. I think right now he must be looking at some adjustments. There's 10 seconds left in the second quarter. Gobert with a screen on Holiday. Edwards. And out of bounds. The Celtics will take it. Randall with a steal. And so it's Minnesota closing out the quarter with a 7-point lead. Just pounding the painted area. That's helped them build an advantage. All right, we'll get back to the action after this break. And we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast thus far. We're halfway through the game. And you know, Anthony Edwards has been really making it happen, guys.
Yeah, tonight, he's done a great job of slashing through the lane and finishing.
Yeah, you know what, guys? They gave him too many free runs to the hoop in the first half. I think they've got to be a lot tougher on him. Body him up, be physical with him.
Kicking off the second half, here's Joe Mazzulla's 5. It's Tatum at the 4 with Horford at the 5. Peyton Pritchard is out there with Drew Holiday. And it's Craig in at the 3, the small forward.
Great response from Holiday, marching down and knocking down the 3 of his own.
Right side, Alexander Walker. Tries again. A slam dunk by Reed.
And their offensive rebounding is such a strength for them when he's on the floor.
Yeah, he really helps them extend possessions, doesn't he?
And you know, those second chance opportunities can be game changers. He represents so much value to this team because of what he does.
Celtics trail by 9. Tipped. Right side, Alexander Walker. Back to Reed. A slam dunk by Reed.
Yeah, never a bad idea to have Randall with the ball. Just a great passing forward.
Horford passes to Tatum. Oh, Tatum with a throwdown.
down, a bit undersized. His hops make him a legit small ball 4.
Man, a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
And the toughness McDaniels plays with is impressive. He doesn't back down from any defender inside.
And both free throws good for McDaniels.
Really always a plus to have a big guy stroke it from the line like that. The soft touch on full display.
Pritchard, the pass to Tatum. To the right side. Pass to Pritchard. 4-3. Connects from downtown. Pritchard's gotten himself going here. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Outside, Alexander Walker. McDaniels from long range. Orford pulls it in. Celtics trail by 8. Tatum from long range. Won't go. And that makes him 5 for 8. For Minnesota, they've gotten 3 of 6 shots to fall so far in the third. Holiday against DiVincenzo. Reed, yes, on the jumper. Reed's got 9 points now in the quarter.
There's the unselfishness you like to see in a guard. DiVincenzo keeping his eyes up and his options open.
Oh, wasted no time on that one.
Doing all he can so far, but they still find themselves trailing.
Outside, Alexander Walker uses the glass to finish the layup. And the Timberwolves lead by 9.
I like the play call. Very solid, making perfect use of the pick to get a great look.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Hey, Brian. Well, in today's high-scoring NBA, every position has to be a threat. All-star Donovan Mitchell said, "We're getting away from the point guards who are just floor generals. It's passing and scoring that you're starting to see, and your level of scoring allows you to be a better playmaker. Teams have to respect that."
No doubt, Allie. Thank you. Here's Alexander Walker, and he goes strong with the one-handed jam.
And one move ahead of the defense. A solid pick.
And then the monster dunk to complete the play. Well done.
Boy, picture-perfect teamwork that time, guys. One guy sacrificing for the other. That's how you succeed in this league.
Here's Pritchard. And he sinks that one, hitting the back of the rim on the way in. Pritchard's got 5 now.
They need to run plays for him, get him more touches, whatever it takes to get him producing.
Reed sets a screen. Here's Alexander Walker. Oh, great D that time from Craig. Celtics trail by 7. Here's Tatum. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up.
Coming at you with so many ways to get his points. Tatum draws a lot of contact throughout the game. Gets himself to the line.
And he makes the first but misses the second. Minnesota leading by 6. Alexander Walker, the pass to Randall. Drops in the 3. He's got 10.
Yeah, you know, he's evolving his offense over time, Julius Randle, and I think the coaching staff is happy to see it. They like to see him take and make these shots.
And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout, and we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust, and Minnesota with some changes. Gobert's checked in for Randall, and it's Edwards in for McDaniels. Craig with a screen on Edwards. Craig finds White. Rebound Minnesota. Gobert's got 9 rebounds now. And Chris Finch calls timeout here. He wants a few moments to regroup with his players. All right, Clark, how about Rudy Gobert? What consistency rebounding the ball.
Yeah, averaging double digits pretty much every season, BA. And that helps them in the battle of possessions, obviously. And it also helps them control pace. You got a guy who eats glass like that and defends at a high level. You got something real good for yourself.
Now Edwards. 23 points in the game. And Edwards slams it in.
Rising up for the throwdown. Major hops from Edwards.
Celtics trail by 11. Shot clock and game clock. 1 second differential. Pass to Porzingis. Takes the 3. Yes! Kristaps showing some range.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there.
Outside Edwards. Three-pointer. Counted from distance. Edwards got 28 points for the game.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
A little back and forth from long range. I love it. That's a terrific answer there.
And so it's Minnesota. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist to the game.
And from the two-guard spot, an unselfish play like this sets a fantastic tone.
That's right. I mean, that's not his primary duty, but when the situation calls for it, he can do it and does it well.
And there have been two very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
I was able to listen in on what Chris Finch was going over with his team. And despite the lead, they are still coaching this team hard. In the huddle, they told their guys to stay alert. Do not give them anything easy. They want to protect this late lead, B.A.
Thanks for that, Allie. Jaden McDaniels out there with Julius Randle. Then there's Edwards. Then there's Rudy Gobert. And it's Steven Chenzo in a shooting guard. So that's the Timberwolves 5.
For a great take by Edwards, making the correct decision in the pick and roll there.
Pass to Pritchard. Driving in. 2 points. That one goes.
This has been the story of the game, a battle fought on offense.
Any lull in the action so far has been short-lived because there have been nothing but buckets in this one.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
Jason Tatum, he's checked in for Boston. Drew Holiday comes in for Pritchard. Ooh, here's White on the drive. Back to Tatum. Outside Holiday. That falls. Nice feed that time from Tatum. Tatum's got 3 assists in the game.
You know, Drew Holiday has so many great attributes, but I think maybe perhaps the best one is his mindset. He's even-keeled, he competes at a high level, and he never backs away from a challenge.
Tatum against Randle. And it's Tatum missing. The Timberwolves lead by 7. Here's Edwards cutting inside.
Yeah, and you know, when Edwards is aggressive, I think it forces defenders to try to get physical back, and when he's close to the rim, he usually is able to draw the foul as a result.
And a look at how the offensive approach has been going so far for the Timberwolves.
Well, not content to take what the defense gives them. I mean, they're attacking the gaps and getting the ball inside.
You've also got to commend them for how they've attacked the basket. They've been aggressive. They've not settled and have consistently gone at the rim.
And just making the defender look downright silly.
And then exploded to the bucket for the finish. That was just an outstanding play from start to finish.
That's what you call playing big. He just stays committed to the attack mode.
And sometimes that's the best policy when you're going up against a big guy. Take it to the 10. Right at him. Get to the rack.
Yeah, he tried to gain position, but couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, he was one step late that time.
White, the pass to Brown. Outside Holiday. Back to Brown. Here's Brown. Brown! Oh, my goodness!
Brown with that amazing athleticism, putting on a show out there with jams like that.
Gobert with a screen on Holiday. Pass to Gobert. Randle against Tatum. 6 to shoot. Randle can't hit. Celtics trail by 7. Outside White. Back to Holiday. On the wing, Tatum. Driving inside, and Gobert with a block.
Love the way Gobert goes after shots. He blocks quite a few and alters many more.
Randle, the pass to McDaniels. Picked by Gobert. Another shot. Jaylen Brown with a rebound. The Celtics have gotten 5 of their 7 shots to fall in this final quarter. Porzingis misses. And it's Edwards with the ball for the Minnesota Timberwolves. They've led by as many as 11. McDaniels with it, guarded now by Holiday. McDaniels can't hit. Celtics trail by 7.
Things aren't looking good here. I mean, they need points, and they need them now.
It doesn't look good, even with the quick bucket here.
And this is just typical of him. Always making an impact at crucial moments in the game.
You know, they want the ball in his hands here because they trust him to hit all the big shots.
Here's Gobert. And Porzingis with the block. Gobert with a screen on Tatum. Yep, it finally drops after rolling around the rim. And the Timberwolves lead by 6.
You want Randall with the ball in his hands towards the end of these games. Prime example right there.
White can't hit.
It seems like every miss ends up in his hands. He's been unreal.
Tell you what, those are crazy numbers, guys. I mean, believe me, I was a good rebounder in my day. It is not easy to corral that many boards in one night.
The shot by Holiday, no good. And so it's Minnesota with it. Now here's Edwards. My attention is drawn to the front court matchup.
Oh, yeah, this should be a battle on the baseline. Great to watch skilled bigs trade blows and show off what they can do down low.
Here's the starting group for Portland. Sharp teams with Thibault on the perimeter. DeAndre Ayton is out there with Avdia, and it's Simons in at the 1. And Avdia with the basket on the assist from Sharp.
Oh, and that's a nice find by one of the youngest players in the league. Sharp with tremendous upside to his game.
Gilgeous-Alexander, good.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
Yeah, APB sent out to try to find out where the defense is. Inexcusable.
Now here's Avdia. Oh, a nice one-handed slam right there.
Simons playing unselfish. That's going to help this team get in a great rhythm.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. The shot, no good. And a fun fact here, Brent, the Trailblazers' name was actually chosen by the fans.
Oh, that's so awesome, BA, to remind fans of how it is that Portland got its name. It was an open contest, and they had, I think, over 10,000 entries. And there are a couple other names that we should throw out there. It could have been the Pioneers or the Doug Furs. I think they chose wisely. DeAndre Ayton happy to shoot at that range. Nice stroke.
Holmgren with a screen on Thibault. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Oh, he powers right through the defender for the dunk. Draws the foul, too. And he'll go to the line. It's going to be on DeAndre Ayton. He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here.
And money from the stripe. SGA could close his eyes and knock that down.
Simons passes to Avdia. Avdia, screen on Dort. Here's Simons. Cash money from 16 feet away.
And hitting from the mid-range here and early. I mean, really give the defense just another thing to worry about.
Yeah, he's got to be a little bit more on their radar after knocking down something like that.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. He's got 5. Shot clock at 5. Tries a 10-footer. Wide open. Thibault with the board.
Well, I'm shocked he missed that wide open look. He has to feel embarrassed he blew that one.
Avdia against Caruso. Avdia, good. Avdia's got 6.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
Yeah, right now I don't see any let up. I think he's going to just keep putting his foot on that gas pedal tonight.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander for 3. And Ayton pulls it down. Trailblazers lead by 5. Sharp finds Avdia. Outside Thibault. Sharp passes to Simons. Ayton with a screen. And the shot clock expires. 24-second violation. About 3 minutes gone here in the first quarter.
2 minutes remaining in the first. 2 minutes.
Avdia against Williams. To the paint. Here's Holmgren. Uses the glass on the layup.
And you know, as a roller, Holmgren shows great hands, and he makes nice adjustments moving downhill.
Simons against Holmgren. Ayton passes to Simons. Ayton with a screen. Shoots it from the high post. And the shot falls short that time.
The defense better tighten up on the mid-range. They're much, much tighter. You expect him to make every single one of those.
Outside, Williams. That shot is off. Nice D from Avdia. Outside Sharp. Ayton, a screen on Gilgeous-Alexander. He drops it from range.
Showing off some playmaking abilities with the pick and roll. I know coach likes seeing this from Sharp.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Wow. I'll tell you, such an advantage having a playmaker who can get up to the rim and finish.
Now that is what every team wants.
Like to see that assertiveness, especially from the guy who's going to orchestrate your offense.
And the call is going to be, yes, an illegal screen.
You can get away with one once in a while, but it looked like he wasn't completely set on that pick.
Yeah, a quick little lean like that is going to get the ref's attention. Foul call.
Williams against Avdia. From about 16, Williams' shot is good.
And I like when Williams works in these mid-range areas. I mean, such an impressive score.
Pass to Aiden. And here's Avdia. Gilgeous Alexander defending. Back to Aiden. Oh, and the jam by Aiden.
Not getting old here. Seeing him make that lead pass with perfect timing.
Holmgren with a screen on Thibault. Gilgeous Alexander finds Williams. Gets the 3 ball to go. Williams has got 5 points.
Yeah, here's a list of things I don't want to do, and right at the top is guard that guy.
Here's Simons. What a play! He drains it at the buzzer!
Great job.
A nice first quarter of play. We've seen plenty of offense so far. Portland ahead. They lead by 3. And we'll be back in just a minute with the start of the second quarter. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out ahead in the second quarter. And let's take a moment here to get your take, guys, on the scoring so far for the Trailblazers.
Man, I'll say this. I mean, the mid-range jumper has been a huge weapon for them offensively. Just tremendous so far.
Love the passing that they displayed at the start of the game. Great ball movement that's opening up some chances without really getting deep into the execution.
On the court right now for Portland. Sharp teams with Thibault on the perimeter. Avdia out there with DeAndre Ayton. And it's Simons in at the 1 spot. Avdia, screen on Williams. The shot. And the sweet roll that time on the rim. That one falls. 6 points for him.
And there is just a ton of confidence from this coaching staff for Anthony Simons to shoot shots like that.
To the middle. Stolen by Ayton. Here's the break.
When you get a chance to run the floor like that, you have to capitalize. Great hustle on that play.
And we played just over a minute of basketball in the second quarter. Here's Gilgeous Alexander. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. Well, Brent, we hear the term empty stats ever so often. What are your thoughts about that phrase?
BA, when you play such a long season, there are going to be nights where the game is not all that competitive. But we also know that throughout the course of long seasons, there are teams that are not going to be competitive. Still, those guys going out there on a nightly basis and putting up their numbers, getting those reps in, it means they're capable.
Both free throws good from Gilgeous Alexander.
A great player on a great role at the charity stripe. The D has got to be careful about being too aggressive on him and sending him back for freebies.
Offensive board. Outside Sharp. Pass to Aiden. Back to Sharp. And it's flushed down. A nice jam.
And this guy has some bounce. Always fun seeing Sharp hammer at home.
And there's the foul. It'll go on Matisse Thibault. That's his first foul of the game.
Second team foul.
Second quarter, a little over a minute and a half in. Holmgren with a screen on Thibault. Here's Gilgeous Alexander. Here's Holmgren. Holmgren powers through traffic.
And this is what coach wants to see from Holmgren. Outworking the defense to get a second chance look.
Ayton, a screen on Dort. Here's Simons. It's rebounded by Oklahoma City.
I admire the play call. They just couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, an efficient offensive possession. They found the look that they wanted, just didn't go in.
And wrestling for it there, but no one has possession. We'll have a jump ball. Dort with a steal. Williams with it. Now Sharp defending. Sharp against Williams. Pass to Holmgren. Back to Williams. And Williams punches it home.
And great awareness. Holmgren's so good at reading the movement of his teammates, a very heady passer for a big man.
To the wing, right side. Ayton passes to Avdia. Here's Simons. From down in the low post, it goes. Simons got 8.
Good passing to set that up. Teamwork on display.
Shea with a step and slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Well, we've talked so much about Gilgeous-Alexander's athleticism. This is the reason why, on display.
Gilgeous-Alexander with a steal. .144 left in the first half. And it's Oklahoma City scoring again.
Great movement in the pick and roll. Gilgeous-Alexander so decisive in that kind of set.
Here's Sharp. Here he goes. Ooh, a two-handed power slam.
Making sure of it with the two-hand slam, B.A.
Yeah, I don't blame him with the score this tight. You cannot take a chance here. Portland leading by 3. 1:14 left in the first half of this game. Drains the triple.
Well, this is one of Simons' strengths, just an outstanding shooter from behind the arc.
Gilgeous-Alexander into the lane, going through contact. Gilgeous-Alexander gets it to fall.
In the NBA, you just can't let guys get to the rim.
Here's Simons. Oh, and that one had the right spin on it. It's good. 13 points in the game.
And I'm going to watch the coaching staff to see how many times they're going to call Anthony Simons' number with the way he's got it going.
Wow. I'll tell you, such an advantage having a playmaker who can get up to the rim and finish.
Now that is what every team wants.
Like to see that assertiveness, especially from the guy who's going to orchestrate your offense.
Now Simons. He's got 13. Here's Sharp. Out to the wing. Ayton passes to Simons. Avdia outside. Clock at 4. Thibault, a screen on Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Avdia. Misses off the left iron. Thunder trail by 3. Gilgeous-Alexander surveying the D. Holmgren with a screen on Avdia. Unloads from 13. Avdia pulls it in. And stolen by Caruso. Anthony Simons has been leading the charge for the Portland Trail Blazers. Hunting for opportunities, leading to 9 points in the quarter. We'll be right back with you shortly. In that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. You know, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been exceptional here, guys.
He took a head-on approach in the first half, going straight at the D and drawing fouls.
Yeah, almost inviting contact, that attack mentality on full display.
Shea and Caruso are the backcourt pair. Inside, we got Williams and Holmgren, and it's Dort in at the 3. That's the group from Mark Daigneault starting the second half. Simons outside. Pass to Thibault. Here's Kamari, and down it goes. Dunked it through off a beautiful setup.
Oh, what ferocity on the throwdown. I just love when he goes up with purpose.
Where was the D right there? The effort lacking big time.
There's some ways to get your coach's attention, and that draws the coaching staff's ire.
Portland leading. On the wing, Simons. Williams defending. Ayton passes to Sharp. Back to Ayton.
Timeout.
And Chauncey Billups calls timeout here. He wants to review the game plan. Hartenstein, he's checked in for Oklahoma City. Wallace comes in for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Henderson, just 5 to shoot. And there's a pick. On the take. Oh, a big finish with a one-handed jam.
Yeah, head first down the lane. Henderson wants to throw it down on your head.
Well, Brent, when it comes to Scoot Henderson, his mobility alone causes problems.
No doubt about his explosiveness, BA, being one of the things he uses as a weapon. So if he gets confidence in that outside shot, people start pressing up on him. You're going to see that quick first step and Scoot Henderson getting to the rim and becoming more impactful offensively.
To the inside, Klingon. And that one is hammered home.
Yeah, be careful. Klingon kid bring down the house.
And Williams has got the ball here for Oklahoma City. 4-point game. Shoots over Klingon. Here's Hartenstein. And that one's good. A nice job on the glass as they picked up 2 on the second effort.
Hard work on the offensive glass. You can see the coaching staff rise up and clap for that effort.
Sharp passes to Graham. Henderson outside. Drives to the hoop, and he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
Yeah, love seeing the young guard Henderson take charge like this, making things happen on the drive.
Hartenstein a screen. Williams passes to Hartenstein. Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line.
Yeah, and you never want to let shots at the rim go uncontested.
It's his first trip to the line. The first free throw is good. So he makes 1 of 2, and the second one misses. Trailblazers lead by 3. Henderson with it. Oh, a rim-rattling two-handed jam.
And just slippery with the ball in his hands. Henderson will dissect you off the dribble.
Pass to Williams. Hartenstein a screen. Lets it go from the wing, and the jumper is good. Williams has got 9 points.
Yeah, you got to get up tighter than that. Some players you can give that much room to, but not him.
Here's Henderson. It's tipped. Now here's Wallace. Right side, Williams. Shoots it from the corner. Here's Hartenstein. And Hartenstein slams it in.
And that really has to lift his teammates' spirits right now.
I'll tell you, Grant, these second chance buckets could be what this game comes down to.
Well, especially in a close game, every possession matters.
Williams against Grant. Hartenstein a screen. Williams passes to Hartenstein. Outside, Williams. Grant with a steal. The finish! And the big dunk at the end of the break.
And Grant with a nice heads-up play, willing to make the next pass.
Pass to Williams. Hartenstein with it. And Klingon pulls it down. 2-for-1 opportunity if they can time it right.
Great way to end the quarter.
And there's the call. It's going to be an illegal screen.
Yikes, that one stings there. Hurts so much more to turn the ball over, especially with how tight the game is.
Thunder trail by 3. Wallace outside. It's Williams, high post. 27 seconds left to play in the third. Count it, good. 11 points in the game.
And the vision is far past his years. Williams with great decision making.
Dort against Grant. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. Lou Dort picks one up. Portland shooting their first shots from the stripe in this game.
Talk to most of the coaching staffs around the league. What is the first thing they think about with Jeremy Grant? And it's that athleticism that comes to mind.
So it's Oklahoma City now. They trail by 3. Here's Williams. And the layup is good off the glass. Williams has got 13 now. And here's Grant from the arc. And that's not going to go. Misses at the buzzer. And at the close of the third quarter, still a close game. Both teams putting up points in a hurry. And with 3 quarters behind us, we'll start the fourth in what is still anybody's ball game. And the Thunder shooting 59% in this one, a good average. And on the floor for Portland here in the fourth. Sharp teams with Thibault on the perimeter. DeAndre Ayton is out there with Denny Avdia. And it's Simons in at the point. Williams a screen on Thibault to take the lead. Wallace left side. 6 on the shot clock. Williams a screen on Avdia. Second chance shot. Williams' shot is good. And the Thunder lead by 1.
And that was the right decision. When you're in need of a bucket, you go to your most trusted guys.
Yeah, whether it's teammates or the coaching staff, hopefully a combination of both, but gets close, he's getting the ball.
Chet Holmgren, he's checked in for Oklahoma City. Gilgeous-Alexander comes in for Wallace. And they pick up 2.
0 rim protection. Unforgivable in a tight ball game like this.
Well, I hope there's one player on that team out there that has interest in winning this game. Right now, it doesn't look to be one.
Gilgeous-Alexander finds Holmgren. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. It's stolen by Thibault. Sharp with it, and it's Dort picking him up. And he was fouled while in the... And here comes the coach's challenge. He disagrees with the foul. He does not hesitate to ask for a second look. It's a pretty heated game. Every call matters.
People after the line for 2 is overturned. The play will be reviewed under NBA.
The NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
SGA working through contact inside. And a closer look here at the hustle stats for the Thunder.
Their defensive intensity has served them well. It kept the offense scrambling and resulted in several steals.
Well, something else I've seen from them in this game is just how quick they are to capitalize on a turnover. I mean, they're pouncing on that stuff, and you got to be careful when you're handling the ball around them.
This is when your interior D has to be on high alert.
Holmgren with a screen on Thibault. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. No good off the glass. And so it's Ayton with it. He brings it up for the Portland Trailblazers. They lead by 1. Pass to Simons. Back to Avdia. From downtown. And the three-pointer goes.
And that's a clutch shot by a big-time shooter. And where's the D?
And Gilgeous-Alexander. Here we go. And slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Exploding to the rim. No getting in Shea's way, especially when he's got a full head of steam.
Going inside.
And it's crucial, but Simons takes that responsibility and gets it done.
For Oklahoma City, they've gone 3 of 5 since this fourth quarter started. Holmgren with a screen on Thibault. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Holmgren. Gilgeous-Alexander with the ball. Now guarded by Ayton. And slam dunk by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Gilgeous-Alexander coming through big time.
Pass to Simons. Takes it inside.
Oh, man.
Oh!
Oh, save that for the dunk contest. That flush was so extra.
Whether or not this game is close, he's the same guy, focused on finishing firm at the rim.
And we're all too familiar with these kind of outbursts from SGA.
Simons against Dort. Avdia passes to Ayton. Back to Avdia. And here's Ayton. one goes careening off the glass. It's a 3-on-3 fast break. Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. He's covered by Simons. They grab their own miss. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. 6 to shoot. Gilgeous-Alexander punches it home.
Say it with me now. S-G-A. Get it done.
Sharp goes in. Count it!
Now that's one to remember. What an impact on the game.
I'm wondering, is that the biggest shot of the game?
Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. Covered by Thibault. Holmgren with a screen on Thibault. Pass to Holmgren. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. Williams a screen on Thibault. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Top of the key jumper, no good.
His touch from mid-range, that's almost always good. That won't shake his confidence.
And I think we'll see him milk the clock a bit.
Yeah, seems like the heady move right now.
Avdia against Holmgren. Avdia left side. Here's Ayton. Oh, he nails it!
It really feels like they're in control. They've got a big lead with time dwindling.
Yeah, looking for a miracle worker out there is the opposing coaching staff. I don't know that they have one. This game seems to be well in hand.
And it's going to be the Bulls right off the tip. And checking out Minnesota's opening lineup. They've got McDaniels, Nickeil Alexander-Walker out there with Edwards. Then it's Randall, and it's Gobert in at the 5. And so it's the Bulls getting on the board first. Edwards finds Gobert, back to Edwards. Randall outside. Shot from the wing. The putback controls the rebound and puts it back up and in.
And Gobert showing how much he wanted that basket.
The drive by Smith and the dunk by Smith.
And slams it home and gets some camera time on the end of it.
He did. He spent a while up on that rim, didn't he? And here's White. He'll bring it up for the Chicago Bulls. Richard, the steady improvement of Kobe White certainly has been fun to watch.
It certainly has, Kevin. He's starting to put it all together now, and it can take multiple years. We all knew he could score, but now his passing and his rebounding have also improved.
Not enough defense there. Allowing Randall to get that close is a recipe for disaster.
And it's good, 2 points.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. You'll gladly take those.
And it's good for 2.
And unbothered by the contact inside, Edwards plays the game with so much physicality.
Ball. Score the basket, his second of 2 attempts.
And their post play has been really solid right off the bat.
For 3, Edwards hits it from 3-point range. Edwards got 5 now.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from 3. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Out to White. Pass to Buzelis. 6 to shoot. Over Randall. The shot by Buzelis, no good.
That is not a bad decision to pull it from there. It was just a little bit off with the execution.
Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Here's Gobert. And here is McDaniels. Ring shot on the way. Here's Gobert. Tries yet again. And finally, that one's good. Gobert's got his second basket.
This is Rudy in his zone, where his shot is within easy reach.
And the rejection by Smith. And that's out of bounds. Minnesota will retain possession. A sensational block that definitely deserves another look.
And right out of the gate, trying to set the tone defensively, you gotta love that energy.
Now here's Edwards. 5 points in the game. And the shot is good. He has 7.
And don't let Edwards' position fool you. Anthony is built like a linebacker. That upper body strength helps him down low.
To halt the run, and there's Buzelis on the assist from Giddey.
Just look at what a sniper he is from long range. He's got such an unusual skill for a big fella.
And the call will be against Lonzo Ball. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
1:44 left here in the first quarter. McDaniels a screen on Ball. Edwards passes to Alexander Walker. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Edwards.
How about the footwork from Ball, making it tough to get by him.
It's Giddey with the drive.
Taking matters into his own hands.
Yeah, we didn't expect to see that kind of finish.
A point guard getting up like that? Boy, that is special.
Edwards kicks to Randall. Back to Edwards. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Lets it go from deep. Rebound by Smith. Chicago's gone 1-2 from long range in the first quarter. Ball with the bucket.
Yeah, Ball knows his team relies on him to get his own shots too. So he works to find his looks.
Here's McDaniels. And they come right back with their own three-pointer.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
Ball, and Ball slams it in.
That kind of aggressiveness, that's what you want to see more from Ball.
Here's Edwards, and Edwards with the stuff.
I'll tell you what, I'm not sure these guys can keep this up.
There will be some letdown at some point, but these teams, they are built to score, so.
Giddey, no good. Timberwolves have gone 8 of 15 from the field, shooting above 50% here tonight. And here's Edwards. 9 points in the game so far. Pass to McDaniels. Gobert with a screen for McDaniel. Uses the glass to finish the layup. McDaniel's got 5 points so far.
And guys, they continue to put a lot of pressure on the interior defenders with their work down low.
And Billy Donovan decides to call timeout. He wants to make some adjustments to the game plan, clearly.
Number 13, Kevin Herter.
There's Ball with the three. Plenty of offense in this closely contested first quarter of play. Timberwolves lead by 2. From the United Center in Chicago. Back in a moment. And it's been a pretty even game here after 1 quarter of play. And looking at what we've seen from the Timberwolves, what do you guys think?
Just cashing in on second chance opportunities. That's how they built this early lead.
When you're the more aggressive club, good things tend to happen. We'll see if they can maintain this level of intensity.
So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. Kevin Herter is out there with Buzelis. And it's Ball, and it's Kobe White, and it's Giddey in at the 3. And you hear, Richard, about players dunking and putting a hurting on the rim, but that iron sometimes can put a hurting on a player's hands too, right?
Oh, and then when you get older, those landings, they can...
What a jam!
Have mercy.
Wow.
And how about that finish by Buzelis, the rookie, getting it done.
Here's Edwards. Inside, Edwards finishes strong.
Obviously, this guy has a talent for scoring, able to problem solve for whatever the defense tosses at him.
Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, Rudy Gobert has tied for the most defensive player of the year awards all time, but he's challenging himself to do more offensively. He said it's all about just being okay with missing or making mistakes, freeing my mind and doing the things that I work on to get out of this shell that I was being put in. Kevin, back to you.
All right, David Aldridge, we thank you for that report.
And good read by Edwards, playing at his pace and carving out space for that shot.
No one near Smith as he lets it go. That 3 off the mark. Minnesota leading by 3. Driving it. Whoa, a little extra right there from Edwards.
Oh, my. What a huge flush by Edwards, showing off right now.
And White kicks to Giddey. Smith with a screen on McDaniel. And Giddey gets it to go.
When he gets a quality look like this at the perimeter, he can almost be automatic.
Here's McDaniels. And he gets the whistle. And yep, we thought we might see it. And the coach's challenge has been triggered on the personal foul call.
Shooting for Minnesota, Jaden McDaniels, taking 2 shots. The play will be reviewed under NBA rules. There will be 2 minutes to review the play.
The original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replay, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, Greg, to make the right call. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. Double checking, and the game continues on.
Take a break. 2 shots.
And And the first one at the line is good. And good on the second, so he makes them both.
Some big guys struggle at the line, not him. He's put in the work to defy that assumption.
Pass to Buzelis. Takes it inside, out of bounds. Minnesota takes possession. And here in the second, 2 minutes gone by. Randall, a screen on ball. Outside for Randall. Inside. Giddy against McDaniel. 3 on the clock. Charity strike shot. And off the left side of the rim. And it swirls in for him. McDaniel's got the lead up to 6 now for Minnesota. Pass to Giddy. White against Edwards. White inside. Rudy Gobert with the rebound. Gobert's got his 4th rebound in this one. Now Edwards. He's got 17. Rebound by Smith. And so White will bring it up for the Bulls. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. Julius Randle picks one up.
And Ball is such an effective two-way player. Takes smart shots on offense and really hustles on defense.
Ball hits them both. Minnesota leading by 4. Edwards looking it over. 1:49 left in the first half of the game. A second chance effort. Gobert finds Edwards. High post try. Rebound by the Bulls.
Really thought he had this one, and the defense, they were giving it to him.
Buzelis, solid play in the low block, and that one's good. Buzelis has got 7.
With his soft touch around the rim, Buzelis should score a lot of points in the paint over his career.
And Gobert with the basket on the assist from Edwards. And that's now 6 points for Rudy Gobert. And it's ball penetrating. Smith the pass to White. Out to Smith. Now here's Giddy. He has 7. White, a screen on McDaniel. They blow the whistle just as he gets it off. That's 2 points with a chance for another one at the stripe.
What a play there. The hoop plus the harm.
And he'll be shooting his first free throw of the game here.
And I like what he did at the line a season ago. How about 81%?
That free throw good from Giddy. There's 47 seconds left to play here in the half. And here's Edwards from the arc. And goaltending is going to be the call. So they get the basket there anyway.
That's a very close call. I'm sure he thinks it's a clean block, but looks like it was on the way down.
Here's Giddy. He's got 10. Smith with a screen on McDaniel. In the corner, it's Buzelis. Back to Giddy. Buzelis with the ball. Yep, that one goes. Buzelis has got 6 points in the quarter.
And at his size, Buzelis handles the ball really well, which makes him especially effective in pick and rolls.
Edwards passes to Gobert. Back to Edwards. Oh, what a physical score from Edwards.
Nice touch there near the hoop.
And the timeout called here by Billy Donovan. He's ready to talk things through with the team. You have to like what we're seeing from Anthony Edwards.
And whatever the D has thrown at him, he's had an answer. His offense is coming naturally to him because he keeps things simple. You hear that, people? Keeps things simple.
here's White with 1 on the clock. Anthony Edwards has been leading the charge for the Timberwolves. He put together quite a quarter, 13 points in all, and he looks to be planning for more. And now let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's standing by from the sideline. All right, Dave.
Thanks very much, Billy. I heard you tell the guys to take it to them.
Thanks for the great interview, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of basketball following halftime. And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. You know, Anthony Edwards has been exceptional here, guys.
He's done a fantastic job of finding open space to operate within the first few quarters.
I like how they came into this one with a game plan, and they're just going out and executing it. Terrific job.
And so in the game for the Timberwolves, we've got Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Jaden McDaniels is out there with Randall. Then it's Naz Reid. And it's DiVincenzo in at the 1.
Surprising he didn't bury that, but hey, it happens sometimes.
And we have an intentional foul there, GA. Wish I could say why.
That one's pretty strange. I mean, no idea what got into his head right there.
Pass to McDaniels. Driving to the basket.
He's earning his keep offensively, a key part of their winning effort at this point.
Bulls trail by 8. Second half rolling along now. About a minute played here. Williams against Randall. Reid with it. Back to Randall. Shot clock at 6. From about 19 feet. No good on that one.
And usually that's a bucket for him, but look, nobody's perfect in the mid-range.
A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer, David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, thank you very much. The Timberwolves have become a rough and rugged team. Swingman Jaden McDaniels said, "We don't let nobody push us around. We're always being physical defensively. I feel like we're a tough team, super tough." And Kevin, they certainly have the size to hold their own.
Always being physical. But David, that's their identity. And we thank you for the report.
When he puts it all together, Ball can put on quite a performance.
Randall passes to Reid. Reid with a screen on Williams. Randall. And it comes off the front of the rim.
Well, they'll be happy with that look, even though it didn't fall.
Tough to watch those miss. I'm sure they'll convert the next chance.
Giddy. Randall with some nice D.
I thought he had that all sewn up, but somehow the defense just threw him off.
Second half of play with just under 2.5 minutes gone. And the Timberwolves tack on 2 more.
And that is a big man rumbling downhill. Randall is an excellent pick and roll partner.
Williams kicks to Giddy. That's another one for him. His 5th in just 7 shots.
And guys, the D has to show a little more fight on the interior than they did on that trip.
Kevin Herter, he's checked in for the Bulls.
Checking into the game for your Bulls, number 13, Kevin Herter.
White against DiVincenzo. Out to White. Second half of play, and we're 3 minutes into the third here.
Hot off the drive, White is so explosive, leaping off the floor and throwing that one down.
Pass to Alexander Walker. Randall outside. Now here's Reid. Now DiVincenzo. He's covered by Ball. DiVincenzo can't hit it.
That is a disaster. Honestly, I'm embarrassed for him.
It's White on the wing. They set the pick. Pass to Buzelis. And that's an intentional foul.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Personal foul. First team foul.
Just over 3.5 minutes through the third quarter of play now. White, wide open, he fires. He nails it, and we're tied up. White's got 7 points for the quarter.
And you have got to honor White on the perimeter. Once he gets comfortable from there, it's going to be bad news for the defense.
Here's McDaniels. The putback. He hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points. And the Timberwolves lead by 2.
That is really good work there on the offensive glass.
Williams has a screen for Ball. And Ball slams it in.
There is no doubt that Ball brings his flight gear to the arena. The man has a little bit of bounce on him.
Ball against DiVincenzo. And the call will be against Lonzo Ball. That's his 3rd foul of the game. And we've got a timeout called from Chris Finch. He's made the decision. He wants to huddle up with this guy. So for the Bulls, Jalen Smith comes in for Williams. And Josh Giddey's subbed in for Kobe White. And then for Minnesota, Rudy Gobert, who's checked in for Randall. And it's Edwards in for McDaniels. And so Chris Finch calls for the timeout. He wants a minute here to get things straightened out with his team. .40 seconds left to play here in the third. Gobert with a screen on Giddey. Edwards, good.
It's simple, guys. Keep getting Edwards the ball and just let Ant cook.
Pass to Buzelis. And then Buzelis with the dunk.
And he's an automatic finisher when he gets into that area.
He is, and he picks the simple one-hand stuff to get the 2 points. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. And Reed has it in the corner. There's a 4-second difference from the shot clock to the game clock. And so the ball's out of bounds. Reed touched it last.
Like what? Like, what is going on right now?
Giddey against Edwards. Giddey kicks to Herter. Back to Giddey. For the lead. The shot will not fall. Third quarter comes to a close, and a battle brings it to a tie. And we're coming right back after this break to get the fourth quarter. 3/10 quarters behind us. One more to go. Thanks for being with us as we begin the fourth. Chicago's gone 6 of 10 from three-point range, up over 50% for the ball game. So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. All out there with Josh Giddey. Then it's Smith. Then it's Kevin Herter. And it's Buzelis in the power forward. And both free throws good for Giddey. Timberwolves trail. And here's Edwards. Shoots from the right block, and it's in there. Edwards got 26.
And the touch on Edwards' shot is really nice. Gives it just enough power to drop in.
Here's Giddey. Banked in off the glass.
And that's right in his wheelhouse. Looking to make an impact when it counts.
And his team needs every bit of his production if they want to pull this one out. It is neck and neck here in the final period.
And you want him taking big shots for you in big moments. That one was as easy as it gets.
Yeah, it's clear why they go to him in these moments. They know he's going to deliver for it.
Ball. Rebounded by the Timberwolves. Gobert's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. And the call will be against Lonzo Ball. That will get him his 4th foul of the game. 60 seconds off the clock here in the 4th. Gobert the screen. Ball against Edwards. And he goes big with the dunk right over Lonzo Ball.
And he's got more than a few ways to beat you. Edwards will be aggressive when he has to initiate contact and create the N1 opportunity.
Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Well, during the break, I listened in on Billy Donovan's huddle with his team. Now, Coach was still pretty positive. He told his guys a handful of shots completely changes this game. Just a few good minutes, and we're right there. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, David.
And what you love about Edwards is how intense he is. God plays hard every minute he's on the floor.
The rim-rattling two-handed jam.
Just the kind of play they need in a game this close.
You know, that's the kind of aggression they want from their floor leader.
No doubt. That's the kind of play that can energize the whole team, and they will take it in a close game like this.
That's in for his 8th bucket tonight. A hot 8 for 11 shooting so far. Game winding down, and they just keep changing leads.
And guys, no separation yet, and I really don't think we're going to see any all the way down.
And Edwards slams it in.
You can't let Edwards get in the lane. Outstanding at using that burst of speed on the drive.
And some nice ball movement here by Chicago. Buzelis with the ball. Now defended by Randall.
And guys, I don't know that this is the time for that kind of flair. In a close game, the important thing is to get the...
Whoa, look out! Goodness. Look out!
Wow, okay, I see you.
And he can take off from anywhere at any time. Edwards always a threat.
The shot, no good. White with the defensive effort. And it's Ball penetrating. Misses the layup. Minnesota in the lead. Outside Edwards. And the call will be against Lonzo Ball. That's his 5th foul.
And the next one puts him in the bonus.
13 foul.
And we're about 3 minutes into the 4th quarter. Here's Edwards. Edwards holding off the D and converts.
Such a gutsy player. Edwards wants to be the guy taking big shots.
Here's Ball. Got it. Number 7 on the night. 7 for 11 from the floor.
And Ball is not going to back down in these moments. In fact, he embraces being the man when it's a big possession.
Edwards against Ball. Edwards making a statement.
And one step ahead of the defense with that solid screen.
And then Greg, the monster dunk to finish it off.
Great chemistry on display. He understood where to put the screen in order to free up his teammate.
It's been this way since halftime. Tremendous production from beyond the arc.
In the modern NBA, you have to hit threes to win games, and they've made that adjustment since the break.
Gobert can't hit. Chicago is gone 7 of 11 from deep tonight, using the three-pointer to their advantage. Randall against Giddey. Giddey with the screen on it. Back to Giddey. Got it!
Oh, you just love seeing a player with absolutely no fear.
He knew what they needed here and was determined to deliver.
Gobert with a screen on Ball. Here's Edwards. Here's Alexander Walker. He's covered by Ball. Here's Chicago. I think we'll see them burn the clock a bit here.
Yeah, smart move.
Pass to Buzelis. Oh, good with the triple. Absolutely critical chance right here.
They need this one to go their way.
And they commit an intentional foul. We'll see another one of those so they can get into the penalty.
Had to foul, and on that occasion to stop the clock. That's the enemy in this situation.
So they foul intentionally.
Anthony Edwards. 3rd personal foul. 13 foul.
First free throw is good, and that makes it a 3-point lead. And he hits both free throws here. So now it's a 4-point ball game.
Well, they wanted every last one of those, and he delivered, making it a 2-possession game.
A shot by McDaniels, no good. Now White. Pass to Buzelis.
How important is that in assembling a contender?
Well, look, it's even more important, Brian, in the regular season than it is in the playoffs. To get through a long NBA season and get yourself in good playoff position, you're going to need a lot of guys. 12, 13 guys at different points of the year are going to have to be ready to make contributions. Now, obviously, the team with the better starting five will have the edge, but depth can be a big factor even in the playoffs.
And the starting group for the Celtics. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. Derek White out there with Drew Holiday. And it's Brown in at the 3 slot. And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Mark Dagnall gave me a few minutes to catch up with him. We discussed Jaylen Brown and what makes him such a hard player to defend, and Coach said to me, Jaylen is a freak athlete and has become a really good shooter over time too. We can't give him clean looks, and we have to guard him closely. Let's see if the defense is up to the task.
Thank you for that, Allie. And that one drops.
He's such a clever player in pick and rolls. Gilgeous-Alexander is unpredictable and understands how to attack defenses.
Stan, you look at the Celtics, as high-powered as they come offensively.
No question, Brian. They can space the floor at every position, and any one of their starters is able to give you 20 on a given night.
It's so sick, the vertical ability.
That was flat out awesome. He has that effortless knack for getting to the hoop. Screen by Holmgren. From deep, Gilgeous-Alexander. The rebound by Jason Tatum. The Celtics have gone 1 for 3 so far. And there's a whistle. That'll belong to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's his first foul of the game.
And yeah, he still was moving at the point of contact.
White, the pass to Tatum. White against Dort. The kick to Tatum. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Tatum.
Miscommunication oftentimes leads to turnovers. That's something they'll want to discuss.
The Thunder have gone 2 for 5 here in the first. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 6.
And the D can't allow Gilgeous-Alexander to get this positioning, because once he does, he makes you pay.
Tatum, a screen on Dort. Outside Porzingis. He buries it from 3.
I love this approach. Getting him involved early, and it's already paying off.
Yeah, well, his offensive contributions are going to be very important in this game. So it's good they've already got him in a rhythm.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander, and the baseline jumper goes down. Give him 8.
There's so many facets to SGA's game. He's equally good from all 3 levels.
And, Coach, you look at Derek White, maybe not the biggest name, but he is a winning player.
Yeah, Brian, he's one of the most underrated players in the league. He's got a great feel for the game at both ends of the court. He is tremendously solid across the board.
Outside White. They kick it out to Porzingis. There's the 3. And it's Holmgren with a rebound. The Thunder have gone 4 of 8 and looking in control. White against Gilgeous-Alexander. A minute 31 left now in the first quarter. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting.
The skills of SGA, they're so unique. His ball handling, shooting, length. Not a lot of guys like Shai in the league.
Both free throws good from Gilgeous-Alexander.
Making shots at the line. You need a good routine, and he certainly has one.
They kick it out to Porzingis. Outside, Brown. Back to Porzingis. 5 to shoot. Brown finds Porzingis. Here's the floater. And a great assist by Brown as that one goes in. Porzingis has got 7 points in the game. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And some very quick points for him on that possession.
I'll tell you, that jumper from Gilgeous-Alexander is smooth and under control.
Tatum feeling it out a bit. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
Pounding it inside early and often, setting a physical tone.
Holmgren with a screen on Tatum. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And off the front iron, and in it goes. 14 points for him.
And Gilgeous-Alexander understands this team wants him to be aggressive on offense. Love watching him go to work.
Tatum against Gilgeous-Alexander. Tatum drives in and finished off by Tatum.
And in traffic, he uses the reverse to keep the shot blocker at bay.
What an incredible move. Not everyone has that kind of skill. Tatum against Gilgeous-Alexander. No good. Misses at the buzzer. And at the end of one, a closely contested... And if you're just joining us, it's been a pretty even game through the first quarter. And what do you guys think about the Thunder here in this one?
Well, it looks like hitting the boards hard was an emphasis of their attack. They knew how valuable it was to do so.
Yeah, we're not surprised by this. These guys work hard and they are physical.
On the court for the Celtics, second quarter underway. The two Jays, Brown at the 3 and Tatum at the 4. Drew Holiday out there with Derek White. And it's Porzingis in at the 5. Tatum passes to White. Here's Brown. Play clock, the Celtics got to hurry here. White can't hit. And here's Gilgeous-Alexander. He'll bring it up for the Thunder. Holmgren with a screen on Tatum. Gilgeous-Alexander from outside.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
White, the pass to Tatum. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. And they're not happy with the call here. Coach has given the signal. He's going to use his challenge. Probably a good idea in such a close contest.
Jason Tatum taking 2 shots. The players under video review under NBA rules. 2 minutes in the round to review the play.
The NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Thunder with a lead. Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. 14 points for him. Pass to Holmgren. Gilgeous-Alexander looking it over. Oh, it's blocked by Porzingis.
Great play by Porzingis. Love seeing the zinger engaged on D.
Second quarter of basketball, just over a minute and a half played so far. Tatum with it. Now Gilgeous-Alexander defending. Back to Tatum. Pass to Holiday. And this is a star-driven league, but talk about the importance of role players, Greg.
Oh, B.A., a lot of times they're the ones who carry the day. You know what you'll get from your stars, but when the X factor ignites, that can make the difference. We haven't seen many buckets like that one. These teams have struggled to dial in their shooting.
Yeah, the score is also the result of quality defense. These teams are almost doing more on that end.
He got him. No doubt that's a foul, and it's going to be a transition take foul. All right, guys, what do you think so far about the offensive approach for the Thunder?
Well, yeah, early on, the mid-range jumpers have been an important part of their attack. They're going old school.
And the other thing you notice is how determined they've been to get into the paint and get buckets around the rim.
SGA working through contact inside.
Gilgeous-Alexander is just that good, finishing the play through the foul.
He's made all of his free throws to this point, 3 of 3. And here in the second quarter of action, just a hair under 2.5 minutes played. Porzingis with a screen on Dort. Pass to Porzingis. The wide open shot is on the money. Porzingis has got 9.
Great body control by Porzingis. He sets a good pick and then rolls right into a scoring position.
Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Holmgren. Big Chet throwing it down.
I just love the strong finish there inside.
Man, he's got that dunker's mindset, doesn't he? Always ready to pounce. It's White with the drive. Oh, and he got fouled on his way. And coach doesn't like the call at all. He's opting to use his challenge. He wants the officials to look at the replay.
At the line for the Celtics, Derek White.
People
2 shots. The play will be reviewed.
So many close calls in every game. The NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Holmgren with a screen on Tatum. And stolen by Porzingis. Holiday with the ball. Guarded now by Williams. Here's White. Oh, through contact. White gets the finish.
Putting his court vision on full display. Holiday plays the role of floor general pretty effectively.
Caruso misses.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
There's no air space there whatsoever. That's as close as you can get without foul.
Thunder leading by 5. Gilgeous-Alexander from outside. Porzingis grabs the board. The Celtics have got 2 of 7 attempts to drop since the end of the first quarter. Holiday passes to Tatum. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. Lou Dort picks one up.
And look at Tatum getting aggressive inside.
The Celtics making a switch here. Pritchard's checked in. And so Tatum nails both of them. 1:09 left in the second period. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. The Thunder with another miss.
Won't see him miss that one too many times.
Yeah, it was a great look. Sometimes they don't fall. You've just got to keep taking great shots.
Pritchard, the pass to Brown. And it's Holmgren with a rebound. Holmgren's got 6 rebounds here tonight. And Jaylen Brown gets a whistle that time. That's his first foul. Oklahoma City has gone 0 for 3 from deep to begin the second. Gilgeous-Alexander against Tatum. Holmgren with a screen on Tatum. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Holmgren. Gilgeous-Alexander, a good look. Fires the jumper from the corner and nails it. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 8 here in this quarter.
Yeah, total focus from Shea there. Ready to go off the feed.
And here's Gilgeous-Alexander. He'll bring it up for Oklahoma City. They've only given up 6 here in this quarter. Brown passes to Porzingis. And here's Holiday. He's guarded by Caruso. Pass to Tatum. Gets it off. He knocks it down, but wait a minute. And hold up. We're not going to halftime just yet. The officials signaling that they are going to take a look at this replay.
Yeah, the replay makes it obvious. He got that shot off in time. It should be an easy decision for the officials.
What a performance for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He has been the story for the Thunder, providing the scoring punch right now, putting up a cool 22. We'll be right back after this word. We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. You know, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been exceptional here, guys.
Yeah, he's showing off how skilled he is at attacking the defense and converting at the line.
Well, he's also a pretty good actor. He sells fouls really well.
They've got Cason Wallace. Williams is out there with Isaiah Hartenstein. Then it's Alex Caruso, and it's Wiggins in at the 3, the small forward. That's the lineup out there for the Thunder. Brown with it, guarded now by Williams. Three-pointer, Holiday. Fires in the triple. Holiday's got 5 points.
Well, and that's what you want. Get something out in space before the defense can get set.
Outside, Williams. Here's Hartenstein. And Hartenstein slams it in.
Oh, not the defensive effort they need to cut into the lead.
Boy, good call. You have to at least try to protect the rim.
Yeah, I'd consider calling timeout right away after that one. The defense has to be better there.
And the basket by Holiday.
Yeah, in the paint, Holiday's agility makes him tough to contain. He just needs a little space to go to work.
And coach, a perennial all-defense performer, Drew Holiday. Fearsome at that end of the floor in particular.
Yeah, Brian, he's as good a defensive guard as there is. Great size and strength at the point guard spot. You combine that with his IQ and his competitive will, he is a problem on a nightly basis.
Brown passes to Pritchard. Here's the 3, and the Celtics another 3.
With balance and good rhythm, Holiday serves as an effective catch-and-shoot player.
Hartenstein with a screen on Brown. Pass to Hartenstein. And there's the call on Al Horford. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
Here's Wallace. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. They've been taking care of business.
Especially at the offensive end, where they've been totally in sync.
Pass to Horford. Back to Pritchard. Clock at 6. Craig passes to Brown. Oh! Brown just throws it down.
What a flush. Great athleticism from Brown.
Williams' shot is good.
In a tight game, they wanted to make sure of that possession.
Boston trailing. A little over 2.5 minutes off the clock in this final half of play.
He's having a good night from the field. Now, I know the defense is really keying in on him, but they need him involved if they're going to pull this out.
Williams passes to Hartenstein. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. Stan, LeBron James is widely regarded as one of the most intelligent players in the league. Who else stands out to you as far as basketball IQ?
Oh, Brian, that's a tough question. There's so many of them. Nikola Jokic, Luka Doncic. There's just so many intelligent guys in this league. Fans that think it's all about athleticism don't understand how intelligent the best players are.
Now here's Holiday. Watched by Wallace. And there's Holiday. That's good. On the assist from Craig.
This is what makes Holiday special, his ability to find ways to finish in tight.
Hartenstein with a screen on Brown. Williams from long range. Nails it from 3. Williams has got 7 points here in the quarter.
Well, when you have a scorer as skilled as he is, you do everything you can to get him the looks he needs.
Exchanging buckets from downtown. That's been a staple of tonight's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
Williams' shot is good.
And I like when Williams works in these mid-range areas. I mean, such an impressive score.
Down low. Brown finds Craig. Here's Pritchard. There's the foul. It's on Cason Wallace. That's his first foul of the game. And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over.
Let's give Coach credit. He's trying to find a way to squeeze the most out of every possession.
Well, that's the job, right? Your duty as a coach is to finesse your lineups so your guys get the best chance to succeed.
For the Thunder, Holmgren, he's checked in for Hartenstein. Lou Dort comes in for Williams. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is subbed in for Caruso. Back to White. Porzingis with a screen on Dort. White for 3. Oklahoma City grabs a miss. Holmgren's got rebound number 7 tonight. Dort left side. Tatum with a steal. Porzingis with it. Now Gilgeous-Alexander defending. Hands it from the wing. White's got 6 points. Oklahoma City has gone 1 of 2 shooting from the perimeter since halftime. Holmgren with a screen on Tatum. Gilgeous-Alexander no good. The Celtics have gotten 8 of 9 to fall. Terrific offense so far in this third quarter. Porzingis misses. The Thunder have gotten 5 of 8 shots to go in the third. It's White with the drive. And he jams it home with authority.
Got to give him credit for jumping on the ball and making the most at the other end.
Boy, inexcusable at this point of the game. They got to be more composed in these moments.
Well, as a coach, turnovers will drive you nuts, but sometimes that happens when you're aggressive. So there's a bounce.
Gilgeous-Alexander with a steal. And we've got a timeout called by Mark Daigneault. He'll take the opportunity to regroup. And we've got a timeout called by Mark Daigneault. He wants to make sure everybody's on the same page. And we've reached the end of the third quarter. Just a terrific game thus far. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
You know, I'm kind of stoked this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
Yeah, he puts that pass right on the money and made things look easy for his teammate.
Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the fourth quarter could have more action in store for us. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Over the break, I listened in on Joe Mazzulla's huddle. And a big reason their team is down, the three-point line. Coach saying in the huddle, we have to battle on the perimeter. They're outplaying us from the arc. Guys?
Okay, thank you, Allie. And a look at the 5 for the Celtics to start the fourth quarter. The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Derek White out there with Drew Holiday. And it's Porzingis in at the 5, roaming the paint. Gilgeous-Alexander against Tatum. Holmgren with a screen on Tatum. Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's SGA. Here's Holmgren. And Mark Daigneault has called a timeout. Coach clearly has something he wants to say to his team right now. And stolen by Holiday. Outside White. Outside Tatum. They kick it out to Porzingis. Porzingis punishing inside. And a breakdown here, guys. The hustle stats for Boston.
Well, all you can ask for is your guys to be really active on D, and they've been more than that tonight.
One other thing I've liked is how assertive they've been on D, swatting a good number of shots away as a result. And that was the right decision. When you're in need of a bucket, you go to your most trusted guys.
Yeah, he got a good look, and he calmly delivered for them. That's what you like to see.
Porzingis, good. And Brown gets the assist. Brown's got 3 assists now in this one.
On the offensive end, Porzingis has been so dialed in, making the most of every scoring opportunity he gets.
Gilgeous-Alexander, good.
That's exactly the kind of shooting you need down the stretch to win games.
It's White with a drive. Outside Porzingis. Outside Brown. And the jam by Brown.
Terrific finish there from Brown. He goes up strong and absorbs the contact.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Tatum. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
The defense there doing whatever they can to protect the rim.
And the first one at the line is good. Both free throws good from Gilgeous-Alexander. The Celtics with the lead. Here's Tatum. Oh, Tatum stuffing it home.
The speed of Tatum's drive makes it so tough to defend. You just don't get a chance to stop him.
Outside Gilgeous-Alexander from deep. Holmgren. And another miss by Oklahoma City. Celtics lead by 3. Right side, Brown. Brown, a screen on Williams. Outside, White. White coming through!
It's winning time, and that's a winning play.
Around 3 minutes gone here in the 4th. Holmgren with a screen on Tatum. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Boston with a rebound. Tatum's got 6 rebounds in the game. Dort against Holiday. Porzingis passes to Tatum. And that one goes in as he's fouled. It'll be 3 points if he converts the free throw. That one misses for Tatum.
Just money from the line. Tatum knows the importance of making free throws.
Gilgeous-Alexander against White. From the high post. That one's good. Nothing but net. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 9 points now in the quarter.
Oh, obviously Gilgeous-Alexander has the will to win. What a relentless effort.
Here's Tatum. Rejected by Holmgren. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Taking it inside. SGA.
No fear in the eyes of Gilgeous-Alexander. His guys believe in his ability to come up big.
White with it. Guarded now by Williams. Oh, and there's a one-hand jam.
And coming down the stretch, both teams still playing fantastic offense.
Yeah, in hopes that your opponent is just going to go cold. That's not going to happen, it doesn't look like in this one. This might go down to whoever has the last possession.
Expect them to take their time this trip down.
Yeah, B.A., the clock is theirs to burn.
JB off the bounce, and the jam by Brown.
Oh, assertive play there by Brown, rising to the challenge of the moment.
Double team on Gilgeous-Alexander. Williams from long range. It falls! And he's brought them within 2 points now.
Well, this is what he does. A proven scorer in the clutch.
Now 5 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Holiday passes to Porzingis. Now here's Tatum. Gilgeous-Alexander defending. Ooh, it's stolen by Gilgeous-Alexander. Look at Gilgeous-Alexander sprinting to the cup.
There is absolutely no fear in his eyes. He loves the moment.
Yeah, and I can say from experience, his coach just breathed a huge sigh of relief.
And Mark Dagnall has called a timeout. And a great call on his part. This is the time you want to be in sync right here. 7 seconds left in the 4th quarter. Holmgren with a screen on Tatum to the middle to take the lead. Oh, off target. Regulation is ended, and we are headed to overtime. Well, 4 quarters weren't enough to decide this ball game. Sit back and enjoy as we move on to overtime. Gilgeous-Alexander with the ball. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. Drew Holiday out there with Derek White. And it's Brown in at the 3. And the call will be against Derek White. That's his first foul. Williams finds Gilgeous-Alexander. You were there, Stan, in Miami at the inception of Heat culture. Give us a taste of it.
Well, it's a little bit overblown in one way, in that everyone basically wants people who work hard and get in shape and compete. The difference maybe with the Heat is they just have a lower tolerance for players who don't meet their standards.
Impressive one-hand slam right there, B.A.
Man, as long as he's confident about it, I'm good with it. Maybe use 2 hands next time. He knows where he is.
Oh, gritty defense. Protecting the rim at all costs against a guy who has all sorts of ways to finish.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Tatum. pass to Brown. Now Holiday. Shot clock at 6. Porzingis with it. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time.
Well, that one stings. In a game where every possession counts, he just gave one away.
Oklahoma City has gotten 5 of 11 threes to drop so far in this game. Gilgeous-Alexander sinks a big one.
Yeah, and Gilgeous-Alexander is a fighter. Someone that challenges the defense and bullies his opponent.
Oh, he packs it down!
That is incredible. Yeah, we know Brown loves some aerial theatrics, and he really went all out there.
The Celtics have gone 2 of 3 from the field as OT gets going. Three-pointer, Holiday. And it's Holmgren with a rebound. Holmgren's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Gilgeous-Alexander against Holiday. SGA showing off the athleticism there.
Yeah, a defense has to be very aware of Gilgeous-Alexander's attack mindset. He wants to get to the rim and do maximum damage.
Three-pointer, Holiday. He connects! And that one brings him within 1.
Well, the defense gave that away. He's a skilled shooter who you have to contest at the arc.
Tatum against Gilgeous-Alexander. Holmgren with a screen on Tatum. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Oh, another one falls.
My goodness, 50 for the game.
Just putting on a show. Tatum passes to White. Now here's Porzingis. Back to White. Fires the 3. Money. Oh, an enormous three-pointer.
The unique perspective of a big. Porzingis has great awareness and the ability to easily find the open man.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Tatum. Shot on the wing. Can't cash it in. And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. Great time to call his guys into the huddle at a very tense moment in this game.
Checking in for the Celtics, number 11.
Dort with a steal. And we've got a timeout called by Mark Daigneault. Critical moment here. He's not taking any chances. And Mark Daigneault has called a timeout. The pressure is on, and he's got a plan to share with his guys. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Oh, had a chance to win it right there. Couldn't get it to fall. Another. And with another overtime in front of us, the question is, who will blink first? Nobody wants to give in. A lot of pride on the line now. Here we go. And here's White. They kick it out to Porzingis. Wow, Porzingis with the triple.
Few bigs stretch the floor like Porzingis. He can be just deadly from the arc.
Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing, hounded by Tatum. And Gilgeous-Alexander, here we go. Tatum with some nice D.
Well, you gotta miss sometimes, but that one seemed like a gimme.
They kick it out to Porzingis. Holiday passes to Tatum. Brown with it. Williams defending. Tatum a screen on Williams. 3 on the clock. Rejected by Holmgren.
And you can't forget about Holmgren's reach, especially when he's nearby on defense.
Thunder trail by 3. Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Holmgren. Gilgeous-Alexander against Porzingis. And yes, another basket!
That's 52 points for him.
Making it all look too easy right now.
And you have to love it. The floor general taking things into his own hands.
Just the aggression they're looking for, man.
Well, it's always a big plus when you have a point guard that can attack the rim like that. Puts so much pressure on the defense.
He drops the first one, and that'll put him up 2. And he hits both free throws here, and it's a 3-point game.
Free throw shooting comes into focus in tight games. As usual, he's up to the task.
Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. And a miss there on the triple. And they've been moving the ball really well tonight.
Good things come to those who take good shots.
So the first one drops, and that gives him a 4-point cushion.
You know, one thing you got to love about Drew Holiday is he's a true two-way player in this league. He puts in a lot of work to make a big impact on both sides of the floor.
A very successful visit to the line for him. Now this is a 2-possession game.
Holmgren with a screen on Tatum. Williams from long range. It goes again. His 6th basket in 7 tries.
Williams is like a vibe. I mean, this guy gets it. He knows they need points there, and he takes it upon himself to deliver.
Porzingis passes to Brown. Outside Tatum. Back to Brown. Outside Porzingis. Laces one from 3.
Oh my, huge play from Porzingis. A testament to the competitiveness that he plays with.
And Gilgeous-Alexander missing.
Well, I've been here before. You're looking to get back in the game, but desperation threes are not the way to do it.
Holiday, and a great assist by Brown as that one goes in. And the Celtics lead by 7.
Really feels like they're in control. They've got a big lead with time dwindling.
Yeah, and at this point, the focus is take care of the ball, no needless fouls, and no threes.
Holmgren with a screen on Tatum. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander, and all around the rim that time before dropping. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 54 points. And so Holiday will bring it up for the Celtics. Outside Tatum.
Methodical pace, Brent, I think, in this one. What do you think?
Yeah, you're right, Kevin. Both of these teams love to run their offense in the half court. They'll slow things down. They'll love the setups. They'll try to manipulate a couple of the plays to get matchups they want. Neither side afraid to take it under 5 seconds on the shot clock, and that patience may pay off.
Let's take a look at our starters for Portland. We've got Anthony Simon. Also, Avdia is out there. Andre Ayton out there with Matisse Thybulle. And it's Kamare in at the 4 slot. Up and in on the layup.
That's impressive stuff from Giddey, just getting on the interior part of the defense.
Now, here's Simons. Ayton sets the pick for Simons. Oh, and he misses the dunk.
Oh, no excuse for a guy of his caliber. You've got to finish that slam. Got to be a little embarrassed by that one. Uncovered at the rim, finding cracks in the defense here early on.
Just really smart basketball and exploiting whatever holes that he's seeing right now in the defensive squad.
It's stolen by Buzelis. Here's Giddey. No good on the 3. And Simons has got the ball here for Portland. And the NBA is truly an international league. I mean, look no further than DeAndre Ayton, hailing from the Bahamas.
Well, you love that him and Buddy Hield carrying the torch for their home country. Ayton is actually the second first overall pick from the Bahamas, the first one being the great Michael Thompson.
And here are the Bulls now. The Blazers getting the bucket. Smith sets the pick for White. Pass to Buzelis. Back to White. And White slams it in.
Well, you don't see many guys with Buzelis' length run the pick and roll. His potential is unreal.
Here's the screen to the middle. Back to Avdia. And Simons has it in the corner. It's good from long range. Simons has got 8 points.
Well, this is one of Simons' strengths, just an outstanding shooter from behind the arc.
First quarter of ball, almost 2.5 minutes in. Smith outside. Pass to Buzelis. Lets the 3 fly. And it's Ayton with the rebound.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Here's Kamare. Portland moving the ball around. Right side, Simon. Shot clock at 5. Here's Kamare. And he starts out with the miss in this one.
You know, they don't score on that shot, but they're going to be happy with those kinds of possessions.
On the wing, Giddey. Defended by Avdia.
Oh, defense did not see that coming as Giddey goes for the jam.
The Trailblazers have gone 3 of 5 shooting the ball so far. Portland had, Greg, one of the great guard combinations in Clyde Drexler and Terry Porter.
Man, that was one heck of a backcourt, and they really complemented each other so well. Drexler with his explosive scoring ability, and Porter who could just do a little bit of everything.
And here is Giddey. After Avdia made the last 3-pointer. Here's Smith out to the wing. There's Ball with the 3. Sinks the 3-pointer.
No hesitation from Lonzo on that perimeter shot.
And Simons has got the ball here for the Trailblazers. And the foul called on Josh Giddey. That is his first foul of the game. The Trailblazers making a switch here. Grant's checked in. Now here's Simons. 8 points for him. And there's Ayton, and that's good on the assist by Simons.
Ayton pouring a foundation there on the inside, just living in the paint.
Now Giddey. Pass to Buzelis. Rebounded by DeAndre Ayton. Portland leading. Grant surveying the D, and out of bounds as Chicago gains possession. 27 seconds left in the first quarter. Here's White. Plays it up and banks it in. White's got 6.
Yeah, under control. White has those short, quick strides.
Grant against Smith. Grant goes in. That one falls.
I just think that's trouble. You're gonna let that guy shoot layups. You're asking for it.
And White kicks to Smith. Smith with a screen on Avdia. And at the end of one, both teams putting up some points. Bulls lead by 1. And getting going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And a moment now to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the Bulls.
And guys, they've done a great job feeding their bigs inside. They are just punishing the opposition in the paint.
Well, not only that, but you love how unselfish they've been to start this game. That's going to get all the guys in a great flow and feeling good. So moving that ball around and scoring off assists, it's a nice way to play.
Here are the 5 Portland has to start the second quarter. Grant steps in at 4 with Ayton, the big man, in the middle. Avdia is out there with Anthony Simons. And it's Thibault in at the 3.
Oh, tough play from White here. Hits the foul, but doesn't give up finishing what he started.
Bulls shooting their first free throw of the game. Brent, one thing we've seen these days, 3-point variance. Can you explain it?
Well, Kevin, who's hot and who's not? That's basically what it comes down to. Look, coaches are going to have strategies against teams. A lot of teams are taking a lot more threes, but on a night where they are knocking down shots that you're willing to live with, that's when you just tip the cap, you take the loss, and move on.
Trailblazers trail by 6. Grant on the wing. White covering, and the wide open shot from Avdia. Off target from outside. The Bulls have gone 2 of 3 from the field here to open the second quarter. Giddey with the screen on Grant. And Jeremy Grant picks up the foul. That's his first foul.
Second team foul.
White looking around. And he uses the glass on the layup. White's got the lead up to 8 now for the Bulls.
And love the commitment from White. Took the bump, went up strong, and rewarded with 2 points.
Bulls have gone 3 of 4 from the floor here in the second quarter. Hey, Greg, what about Jeremy Grant? He's had about every role you can imagine on any team he's played on.
And Kevin, he started out as a second-round pick, hoping to just make a team. He's been a bench spark plug, a starter, even a number 1 option in Detroit for a couple years. Grant's done it all.
Giddey, and contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. That one on Simons.
Giddey, one of those guys who, when he's on the floor, plays with that kind of joy that Steve Kerr often talks about with Steph Curry. This is a guy who wants to keep improving in any way that he can.
Now, here's ball. Clock at 6. Pass to Buzelis. The Bulls keep it alive. Outside, White. They shoot again. And at last, they get one to fall. White's got 7 points here in this quarter. Here's Avdia. Falls through. He's now made 2 of 4.
Great decision by Simons. He's got the reputation of a score-first guard. He can dish it.
White the pass to Giddey. Buzelis with the ball. White a screen on Avdia. The shot by Buzelis, no good. Trailblazers trail by 7. Ayton a screen on ball. And Simons wide open. He'll fight. Gets the 3-pointer to fall.
Oh, man, finishing it off there. Simons showing great quickness and alertness to get there that time.
Giddey kicks to White. And a little under 3.5 minutes elapsed in the second quarter of play. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. Brent, some early success for Josh Giddey in the NBA. When you look at his game, what do you like most?
I love the vision, Kevin. This guy is one of the most creative passers that the NBA has and is willing to take some risks. And the reason he does that is he has confidence in his teammates. But that vision by Josh Giddey is something special.
Now, here's Simons. 11 points in the game. Here's Ayton, and the rejection by Smith. Giddey against Simon. And an intentional foul right there.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Bulls shooting their 6th and 7th free throw attempts tonight. And we've got a timeout called by Chauncey Billups. He's going to have a discussion here on the sideline. So for the Bulls, Williams comes in for Jalen Smith, and Kevin Huerter subbed in for Josh Giddey. The Trailblazers also changing it up. Jabari Walker's checked in for DeAndre Ayton, and it's Sharp in for Avdia. And when you talk to people about the Bulls, GA, Michael Jordan's shadow still looms large over this team and organization.
And Kevin, they haven't won a championship before or since he was in Chicago. They've had plenty of good players, Derrick Rose and MVP, Jimmy Butler as well, but the results haven't been there.
Here's Buzelis, bangs home the trifecta. Buzelis has got 5 points now in the quarter.
And when it comes to the three-point shooting of Buzelis, we know he has the ability, but we need to see consistency.
Now here's White. Tight defense on him. There's 37 seconds left in the second quarter. And White slams it in.
Hot off the drive, White is so explosive, leaping off the floor and throwing that one down.
No good from Grant. The Bulls leading by 13. 19 seconds left here in the second. Down low. Here's Buzelis. Beautiful dish, and the layup goes down. Buzelis has got 7 points.
And how about the patience from Buzelis and the body control? He doesn't rush through that play. And with that three-pointer, how about ending that 11-0 run by Chicago?
White goes in. Kobe White, he's been feeling it tonight. He's been the driving force for the Bulls. He finishes with 9 points in the quarter. The D is having all sorts of problems with him. We'll return shortly.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shots. Drums. They're measuring up the shots.
And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the route that it's threatening to be. You know, you have to like what we're seeing from Kobe White.
Ooh, that first half looked like a dunk contest mixtape. Was just destroying the rim.
Yeah, the defense has got to be a little bit embarrassed. There is no reason why he should just be on top of that rim.
So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. We've got Lonzo Ball. Patrick Williams is out there with Buzelis. Then it's Josh Giddey. And it's Huerter in its small forward. Here's Simons after Chicago picking up a basket just moments ago. Sharp on the wing. And stolen by Giddey. Jacks up a three. The Trailblazers pull it in. Pass to Sharp. Into the lane. It's tipped.
How about that? That's a big boost defensively if Huerter can get in there and block shots and intimidate in some way.
Williams passes the ball. Williams a screen on Simon. Ball with the bucket.
That's pretty much not how they defend the three-point line. Somebody's got to shadow him out there.
There's Walker with the three.
Man, you get so caught up in the bravado of someone scoring on you and you wanting to even the score. Unfortunately, he couldn't answer back.
Buzelis sends a screen for Giddey. It's Chicago with another bucket.
Another good play. This is how they built the lead, calling on the right guys at the right time.
Basketball IQ is something that gets talked about, but its importance to a team showing up here, running plays that turn into scores.
Brent with Avdia, there's a versatility to his game that not many players can claim.
Yeah, Kevin, it's a great point. He does things on both ends. Sometimes defensively it goes unnoticed, but this guy can play a lot of different positions and is very skilled. He contributes in a lot of ways to his team.
The shot's good from Simons.
And guys, he's been a one-man air raid coming at them time and time again.
Kind of like he's in his living room right now. He's found a comfort zone. Once he gets that, the defense knows they're in trouble.
Here's Buzelis. He has 7.
The shot's there for him, and he's got to take it. I don't care if he doesn't convert. That's a shot he has to continue to take.
Now, here's Simons. It's a 16-point game. And the basket by Kamare.
Now catching the lead pass at full speed, terrific anticipation, and the delivery on time, on target.
Gives the team such a great element having a one guard who can get to the 10.
Certainly something every team wants to have.
Like to see that assertiveness, especially from the guy who's going to orchestrate your offense.
Now here's Giddey. He's got 16. 3 minutes gone now in the third quarter. Walker with the rebound. Trailblazers trail by 16. Avdia dishes to Walker. Three-pointer, Simons. And it's Chicago with the rebound. Earlier in the game, they had a 19-point lead. Tries to save it, and that's out of bounds. It was last touched by Avdia. Henderson's checked in for the Trailblazers.
Number 00, Scoot Henderson.
1:43 left to play in the third. Giddey with it. Pass to Buzelis. That's good, and so Giddey with the assist. Buzelis has got 10.
Oh, smart pass there, setting up Buzelis in a position to cash in. Just in a perfect position to grab that rebound and then get the putback.
Chicago leading by 17. Giddey kicks to Williams. Fires the three. Walker with the rebound. Portland's gone 6 of 14 with the 3 ball tonight. Just a little over 40%. Henderson, he takes it in. It's rebounded by Giddey. Giddey's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Bulls moving the ball around. And oh, here we go with Henderson. And then Henderson with the dunk.
This is how relentless Henderson is. Once he gets the steal, he is going all the way.
Giddey against Avdia. And they immediately answer back with the dunk at the other end.
Making the most of the screen. That's how it's done.
And it's in the perfect spot, Greg. Frees him up to get all the way to the bucket.
Really not enough help there. Lack of communication on the backside.
Now Giddey. Following the miss by Denny Avdia from deep. Giddey the pass to Williams. Back to Giddey. 6 on the shot clock. Ball, a screen on Walker. Giddey, no good.
The defense as tough as it comes right there. He's a hard man to deny when he gets the ball to the rim.
Sharp, that's good.
No, he didn't. Did he just break out the finger roll? That's nice.
Unable to get that one. And so it's Chicago, riding a 15-point lead at the end of the quarter. And while we can now, let's take a look at today's State Farm assist of the game.
And definitely deserving of the prize tonight. How about the read he made here? Looking like a point guard with a pass right on the money.
So helpful to the offensive versatility when your bigs can create, freeing everybody up, and that cut was wide open.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. On the court for the Trailblazers, the guard pair are Henderson and Sharp. Grant steps in at 4 with Ayton, the big man, in the middle. And it's Thibault in at the 3, the small forward. Now Giddey, following the miss by Jeremy Grant from deep. Now here's Giddey. He's tightly guarded. They grab their own miss. Ball, the pass to Giddey. To the inside. Smith, no luck.
Yeah, can't see why he missed that one there. The D's close, but like plenty of room.
Took him no time at all on that one.
Already a gifted passer, Henderson has solid vision for such a young player.
Giddy with it. Now Henderson defending. From outside the arc, White, good. And the Bulls lead by 17.
And I like the back and forth here, showing confidence from Rain.
It seems like they're going to find out who can make the deepest threes. Right now, it's a shootout.
We've gone about a minute and a half into the fourth quarter. From the wing, and he hits the jump shot. White's got 5 points now in the quarter. And now we'll get perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for the Bulls.
And they've shown great focus on the defensive end, putting constant pressure on the ball and really disruptive in terms of what they've done defensively.
Well, something else that has stood out is their up-tempo offense. And these guys have been on the track all game long. They're creating high percentage looks, getting out there on the fast break.
Here's what Chicago's going with right now. Williams comes in for Buzelis. And Kevin Huerter subbed in for Josh Giddey. And the Trailblazers making a change here as well. Simons is checked in.
Traditionally, that's how you want to finish the break, right at the rim.
Yeah, anything other than a layup in that situation, probably disappointing. Had numbers, took advantage.
Now, here's ball. White through the net again. He's done that 10 times tonight, and he's only needed 11 shots to get there.
And right now, White red hot. Just everything he puts up seems to go in.
Now, what a great option he gives them on every possession.
Williams sets a screen for White. The three. It's hauled in by the Trailblazers. Ayton's got his 5th rebound in this one. Thibault with the ball. He's picked up by White. And it's out of bounds. The Trailblazers able to retain possession here.
You love the pressure he's putting on them. Almost had that steal.
Yeah, pestering right now, and that's going to pay some dividends. At some point, there's going to be a turnover.
Now, here's Grant. 18 feet out. And it's Ayton missing.
Oh, can't punish the defense for leaving him open that time. That's a frustrating miss for a really steady jump shooter.
Outside, White. Ball dishes to Williams. Williams sets a screen for White. The Bulls need to get a shot off here. And it's Smith missing. And here's Grant. He'll bring it up for the Portland Trailblazers. It's a 14-point game. And Ayton throws it down.
Does it feel good as a big man like Ayton to throw it down? You bet it does.
Chicago's gotten just 1 of 4 3-pointers to go down for them here in the fourth. White the pass to Smith. And White slams it in.
And clearly, we will not be witnessing a spirited comeback tonight, albeit as exciting as that would be. This was an excellent all-around performance for the Bulls.
Looking at both these teams, they're great rebounders, and on any given night, you might not know who would have the advantage on the board.
They made the most of those extra rebounds as well, Kevin.
And what a tremendous standout performance it was for Kobe White.
It looked like a couple times they might be wearing him down, but not the case. At the offensive end, he was just devastating.
And we know injuries derailed last season for the Bulls, Greg, but with an aging core, you wonder where they go from here.
I mean, the Bulls are kind of stuck in the middle of things as it now stands. Not quite good enough to make a run in the East, but not in a position where they need to start over.
Ayton a screen. 3-pointer, Simon. Rebound by Williams. 6-second difference between shot and game clock. There's Ball with the 3. Rebound by the Trailblazers. I'm just not sure they have the time to pull this one off.
No doubt the clock is their biggest enemy right now. It just about take a magic trick for them to find the points they need.